Welcome to News Morning and happy Eid al-Adha, especially to all of our Muslim family. Now, the headlines for the morning. First batch of Ghanaians being evacuated from South Africa due to xenophobic attacks expected to touch down in Accra this morning. All African Games audits uncovers widespread procurement breaches, inflated contracts, and significant irregularities as former Sports Minister Mustafa Yusuf and two others are asked to repay over 580 million Ghana cedis. And also this morning, Ghana Meteorological Agency warns of heavy rains as flooding risks rise. Details shortly. Now to our first story. The first batch of 300 Ghanaians in South Africa are expected to arrive in Ghana this morning aboard a special chartered flight. Videos of jubilant Ghanaians at Ghana's High Commission in Pretoria, South Africa, has been circulating on social media, with many expressing appreciation to government for assisting in getting them out of harm's way in a foreign land. Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, who visited the troubled Ghanaians over the weekend, assured them of efforts to evacuate them safely to Ghana after an earlier attempt to do so last week failed. After screening and meeting all necessary departure criteria, the evacuees packed their belongings and have been bused to the airport to board a chartered flight to bring them to Ghana this morning. A special support package has been announced for the evacuees, who number over 800, and will include financial package, transportation, and a reintegration allowance to help them rebuild their lives upon return. The ministry also says a free psychosocial support, services will be provided for evacuees dealing with trauma from the attacks. Government further disclosed that returnees will be enrolled into a special database to connect them with job opportunities and startup support programs. In other news, an estimated 74,000 trained health professionals in Ghana, including nurses, midwives, and allied health workers, remain unemployed despite completing their training. However, a new bilateral health workforce agreement between Ghana and Jamaica is expected to create fresh employment opportunities as the two countries prepare to begin the deployment of Ghanaian health professionals to the Caribbean nation by the end of June this year.
For years, thousands of qualified health workers have waited for posting after graduation, raising concerns about unemployment within the health sector, even as some countries continue to grapple with shortages of skilled personnel. The agreement with Jamaica is expected to provide an alternative pathway for some of these professionals while strengthening healthcare delivery in the Caribbean country. This is not the first time Ghana has entered into a labor mobility arrangement for its health workforce. Similar agreements have previously been pursued with countries seeking to address shortages in their healthcare systems. The latest initiative follows months of negotiations between Ghana and Jamaica and is now at the final stage. Speaking during bilateral talks in Accra, Ghana's Health Minister Kwabena Minta Akando announced that the proposed labor mobility agreement has successfully completed all technical, administrative, legal and diplomatic processes.
And as we proceed, the implementation of the agreement must continue to prioritize worker welfare, skill development, professional integration, continuous bilateral engagement. Following the signing of the agreement, both countries are expected to commence implementation arrangements immediately. We are pleased that discussions have advanced significantly toward the deployment process, and it is anticipated that the first batch of Ghanaian health professionals to Jamaica will depart in June this year.
Jamaica's Minister for Health and Wellness, Christopher Tufton, believes the agreement goes beyond workforce mobility.
For us in Jamaica, we look forward to those timelines being met, to the agreement having been signed, to follow through on execution. We will go back with a deliberateness to Jamaica, not just refreshed and energized from the warmth of your accommodation, but the specifics of the agreement which we have been able to work on and to agree to.
For thousands of unemployed Ghanaian health professionals, the initiative could offer a much-needed opportunity to gain employment, expand their professional experience, and contribute to healthcare delivery beyond Ghana's borders.
Let's continue this morning. A special audit into the 13th African Games in Ghana has uncovered widespread financial and administrative irregularities involving procurement, contract management, accommodation, transport, catering, and infrastructure projects. The audit, which examined operational, financial, and technical activities linked to the Games in Accra and the Cape Coast, found evidence of inflated contracts and supported expenditures, weak financial controls, and major procurement breaches. Auditors said the review was intended to assess accountability, compliance with procurement laws, the use of public donor funds, and the effectiveness of systems used to manage the Games. Among the most serious findings were allegations of overpricing across several contracts. Anti-doping services supplied by Omni Specialty Products Limited were found to be overpriced by about 572,040 euros compared with rates charged by accredited international laboratories. Now, the Ghana Meteorological Agency has urged the public to brace for more torrential rains as the peak of the 2026 rainy season threatens to worsen flooding across vulnerable communities. Now, the deteriorating weather conditions are also expected to disrupt fishing activities both at sea and on inland waters as rough and dangerous waves continue to batter the country's marine space. A report by Stanley Niblo.
From Weja to Kaneshi, Adenta, Odona, Ashaman and parts of Tema, heavy downpours continue to expose the vulnerability of communities built along waterways, as well as poor urban planning and inadequate drainage systems. Several homes have already been inundated following recent rains. The Ghana Meteorological Agency has warned that the country should expect more intense rainfall and possible flash floods during the peak of the 2026 rainy season, especially across Greater Accra, Central, Eastern and Ashanti regions. Joe Tete Potofi is with the Ghana Meteorological Agency.
We are in the beginning of the rainy season. We've not got to the peak yet. We'll go to the peak when we are somewhere in June. If the beginning is like this, it will go to the peak. And when you get to the peak, apparently every day it will be raining. And once we get to the peak, everywhere is saturated. The soil is saturated. Now even water cannot percolate into the soil. So if water cannot percolate, then it will run over. And that's why we have a lot of flash floods during June.
Satellite imagery on Thursday, May 26, showed part of the Ashanti region receiving heavy rains, while part of Accra experienced moderate rainfall and unstable weather conditions. However, the marine sector encompassing the Gulf of Guinea is also experiencing heavy rains, impacting fishing expeditions. According to the Ghana Meteorological Agency, the trend will persist for days, with rough and dangerous waves expected across the coastal stretch. The situation is not only peculiar to Ghana's territorial waters, but extends across the entire coastal belt within the sub-region. Joe Tete Potofi elaborated on conditions within the marine space.
Looking at this imagery currently, it is raining on the Gulf of Guinea. So this has a weather warning has been issued to them, and it is dangerous because when you are on the sea, there is nowhere to land, there is nothing to hold. So if the winds are strong and it's lightning, it's thundering, and it's raining also, raining will coming into your boat, and anything can happen. So when we issue that warning for them, they are able to not to go or to come.
On inland waters, including the Water Lake, fishing and commuting activities also remain dangerous at this time. Commuters and canoe operators are being advised to wear life jackets before embarking on voyages, as water bodies are expected to remain rough.
When you go to some places like Abotiati, the lake is very huge. When you start from one point, it will take about 2, 3 hours, 4 hours to cross to another point. So you need to get a weather forecast before you start crossing. Because if you are crossing and the strong winds comes in, there is no way you are going to hold.
Public health experts are also warning that continuous flooding could heighten the risk of cholera and other waterborne diseases if drainage systems remain choked and sanitation conditions deteriorate further. As the rains intensify across southern Ghana, authorities are urging residents in flood-prone communities to remain alert, avoid waterways, and adhere strictly to safety directives to prevent further loss of lives and property. Stanley Niblew, TV3 News, Accra.
Still on the rains, could many of the devastating floods in Accra have been prevented? Investigations by TV3 reveal that major waterways and natural flood holding areas that once controlled water flowing from the Ebri Mountains into Accra are rapidly disappearing due to encroachment and unregulated development. Joseph Armstrong Gold Alogbe has been tracing the journey of the flood waters from Ebri to the Kole Lagoon, uncovering how blocked rivers, destroyed wetlands, and choked drains are worsening flooding across the capital.
It is a raining Tuesday in Accra. Within minutes of the downpour, several roads in the capital begin to disappear under floodwaters. The news team visited some flood-prone areas across the city. At the Jowolo Junction, commuters and motorists struggle to move through heavily flooded streets. After less than an hour of rainfall, the entire stretch from Jowolo through to the Gimpa Road was submerged. For residents and drivers, this has become an all too familiar experience anytime it rains heavily in Accra. But what exactly is causing the persistent flooding in the capital? To find answers, the news team traveled to Ebri, where much of the flood water flowing into Accra begins its journey. From the Ebri Mountains through the Kwonko Hills in the Gan East municipality, rivers and natural water holding areas that once absorbed and controlled floodwaters are gradually disappearing. Investigations revealed that sections of the Dakubi River and surrounding wetlands have been heavily encroached upon by private developers. Natural waterways are being filled, narrowed, and in some cases completely blocked. The result is that large volumes of water now rush directly into downstream communities whenever it rains. The head of works at the Gan East municipality, Engineer Justin Glover, admits the assembly is deeply concerned about the scale of encroachment.
What we are seeing here is the upstream of the famous Odo River. And this upstream starts from the hills, where we refer to as the Kwonko Hills. At that point, it is called the Dakubi River. Now, from the Dakubi River, it travels down to Oyarifa Tema, where there is another stream called the Ado River. It now metamorphoses into what we call the Odo River, a circle.
According to him, addressing the problem will require coordinated action between multiple assemblies. He says buildings situated within the Dakubi River buffer zone may have to be demolished to restore the natural flow of water.
We will need to have interaction with Lankwantana so we can be able to clamp down on what is happening here.
Officials at the Lankwantana Madina Assembly also acknowledge the growing danger.
People who did the filling, the assembly has arrested them and even stopped them for doing any activities on the land. And actually, assembly has also written to the Regional Coordinating Council for a bigger truck to come and to excavate, to dredge all the fill materials in the river.
But beyond the encroachment, several other factors are contributing to the flooding crisis. Across many parts of Accra, drainage systems remain incomplete, poorly maintained, or heavily choked with waste. The investigations further reveals that nearly all major rivers, streams and lagoons that once served as holding points for floodwater before draining into the sea have either been degraded or destroyed. Among them are the Dakubi River, the Adu River at Teman, the Kpompoyiri River at Pantain Village, the Kpompomashin Stream, the Oyirishri River at Agbogba, and sections connected to the Odo River and the Kole Lagoon. For decades, these water bodies acted as natural buffers, slowing and controlling the movement of water from the mountains into the city and eventually into the sea. Today, many of them are barely visible beneath ongoing development and human activities. All these waterways disappear. Floodwaters now move with greater speed and the volume through densely populated communities across Accra whenever it rains. Experts warn that unless urgent action is taken to restore these waterways, protect wetlands, and enforce building regulations, flooding in Accra could become even more severe in the coming years. For now, residents remain trapped in a cycle of destruction, watching roads disappear, homes flood, and businesses collapse after every heavy rainfall.
This is the entry point. As you see, the rain is coming heavily again. So all the rain from Ebri ends up here. Unfortunately, almost all the water holding points have been encroached, with many of the drainage systems choked, heavily choked, and yet to be dredged. Joseph Armstrong, Gold, TV3, Accra.
And our last story for the morning, the minority in Parliament has questioned the Bank of Ghana's suspension of a 0.75% fee on direct wallet-to-bank transfers proposed by Mobile Money Fintech Limited, accusing government of using a backdoor approach to introduce the e-levy again. Now, leader of the caucus, Afenyo Marking, has criticized the NDC for what he describes as its double standard and failure to engage Parliament in decisions that have consequential implications on citizens' incomes. A report by Christian Iyali.
This is a motion the minority leader had wanted to move on the floor to demand answers from the finance minister on how these charges were considered in the first place. But whenever he attempted that, the only response he would get would be expunged from records. He then proceeded to address the press to indicate that government of the day is seeking to nicodemously reintroduce the e-levy which they themselves had abolished.
The NDC government, through the back door, has reintroduced the e-levy. Their hypocrisy has become legend. I have in my hand a statement that has just been released by Bank of Ghana. They are now purporting to say that they are suspending the levy. According to them, they are doing this suspension for further consultation. The question is, what is further consultation in this context? So whereas in the Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration, due process was followed, NDC is using the Bank of Ghana and a private sector company to enforce this levy.
The Bank of Ghana on Tuesday issued a directive to suspend the 0.75% wallet-to-bank transfer charges. But that is not enough. The minority wants the finance minister to urgently, by Thursday the same week, address the matter.
We are not interested in the suspension. We are interested in how come, but for the public outcry, they were going to spring this surprise on the Ghanaian public. We are simply saying NDC is a scam. It's a government of settings. They don't believe in what they say.
Alexander Feomakin then highlighted some government programs that he thinks have failed in implementation.
They promised 1 job, 3 shifts. As we speak, they have failed on that 1 job, 3 shifts. They promised cocoa farmers that a bag of cocoa will sell at 7,000. They came and they have rather reduced it. We know that Dumso is back. They again do not have a policy in place to absorb our trained teachers and our trained nurses. They give one excuse after the other. They said they were going to establish a bank solely for women. They were going to give loans. What has become of that loan?
It is early days yet, but after the Bank of Ghana's directive to suspend this charge, more is expected, especially as consultations continue concerning this. Christian Yale, TV3 News, Parliament.
Thank you, Christian Yale. This is where we end the news for the morning. Happy Eid al-Adha to all of our Muslim family. Do not forget to stay tuned for a lot more coming up on TV3 Newday this morning. After this break, please don't go anywhere.
Hello, my name is Pamela from Customer Service. Please revalidate your account by texting your Ghana number to 0500,000
shopping streets in the UAE. You're looking exquisite.
Oh my goodness.
Fantastic.
Anyway, I'll be getting the details of this whole outfit for you. I was checking my phone to see it because I think I cannot find it.
No, let me push it to you. I'm one fantastic guy. But
good morning to
a lot has
you.
been happening. We're celebrating Eid al-Adha.
Yes, but too much is happening.
Yeah.
Tell you, all Africa Games expenditure, no. It's not easy. Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, I've been looking for money all my life. I never got some. So
I have a Muslim friend.
So when I saw some of the line items by way of the expenses or the expenditure, I said, so nobody around that time just give me some one procurement.
I have a Muslim friend, the Adamu family, Alaji Manan Adamu. He will say, hey, you people are doing, hey, wow, all Africa Games, you people are doing and you have done. And this morning, we'll be dissecting the issue, of course, for the big issue. There's too much to talk about this morning, but let's go over it quickly for you so you know exactly what we have tabled for discussion this morning. Of course, we are talking about the audit report on the All Africa Games, 55 unjustified single source contracts worth 2.7 billion Ghana cedis flagged. And easy. We'll get into it this morning. And I just can imagine what Solomon Owusu, Dr. Zato, Alfred Thompson, and Theophilus Jimega have got to say about this issue right this morning. Well, another issue that's got many of you also talking is MTN's charge of 0.75% on just moving your money from your left pocket to your right pocket. That is how many financial analysts have described it.
So you're moving it from your left
wallet
to
your bank account.
Your bank account.
And many financial analysts, like Nelson, what's his surname again?
Kwagbaji.
Yeah, Kwagbaji. He says...
Of Meban Capital.
Exactly. It's just like you're moving money from your left pocket to your right pocket. And why should that be charged?
Well, I think also I got another explanation. That's from Derek Nilai Barnabas as well.
What did he say?
He's very prominent when it comes to the industry and then also the service providers and how all this works. And he says that this one has always been a charge that many of them had been charging, so to speak. But at the end of the day, it's been capped at 5 Ghana cedis. Now, the concern subsequently had been that, is it that duty bearers were testing the market? You know, sometimes they have indirect way of testing the market.
Testing the market to say.
That has been flatly...
All this brouhaha about e-levy that we went through in this country.
But that has been flatly debanked by government because e-levy is a tax handle and all tax handles are supposed to be introduced through Parliament and subsequently approved by Parliament as well. And so this one is a service charge by the service provider. The concern is MTN is the biggest service provider.
I'm telling you,
now
biggest telco in Ghana.
They have their subsidiary, which is the Momo Ghana Limited or whatever their name is, but Momo Limited, so to speak. And once you are the biggest individual company that has the largest customer, where we have the utilization of mobile money daily coming through your service platform, then it means that perhaps you should have undertaken some wider consultations because in your ambit, we have those who tend to do the bulk service provision by way of the merchant holders as well as the individual customers, and then those who are the corporate clients, okay? So if you wanted to introduce this, then you should have undertaken some level of stakeholder engagement, which in other words, others will call sensitization.
I don't think that any state, well, if
the minority has taken a twist on this. Of course
now.
And Apenyo Markin says that this was an indirect way that the government wanted to test the market to get to see that, well, as we have it, they want to introduce e-levy. But there's a bigger conversation that needs to be had. People, if you notice, now don't go to the banks. The banks are brick and mortar. Now transactions have gone electronic.
Right.
So whatever revenues there are that were being gotten from the traditional banks or the banking system,
is now going
Now comes to the
through
Momo.
mobile money platforms
So which tells us,
owned by service providers.
which tells us that they now make more money on the Momo transactions.
Yeah.
Wrong or right?
Yeah.
They make more money on the mobile money transactions. So then why are you now still going to charge me for just moving the money from my wallet, on which you've charged me already? Because whether somebody sent it to me or I'm sending it to someone, you've charged us already for the service. It's not free. So once you've charged me and the money is in my wallet and I just want to safely move it to my bank account or pay someone else through their bank account, why would you want to charge me? Anyway, when we get to the other side of the table this morning for the discussions, you'll get to call us and tell us exactly what you make of this
But
issue.
it's quite interesting because if you look at the numbers, the volumes that, as of the last time by April this year,
right.
The volumes are racking up to close to almost $1 trillion Ghana cedis. Yes, almost almost close to half a billion.
Half a billion,
so to speak.
Ghana cedis.
Half a billion, and I'm sure by this time when May, it could be increasing as well, close to that $500 million. So, and it also means that we need to ask a bigger question. I mean, what do we do with that volume of money? What's happening to the traditional banks, and then how we undertake transactions as well?
Anyway, we'll get into that conversation real soon. But special greetings to all of our Muslim family watching us this morning. To the Adamu family, Manan, Fatal, Aziz, all of you, special Eid al-Adha to you. And then Imam Tusula would also be here this morning. Happy Eid al-Adha to you. And to my own brother, Alhaji Rashid Adams. Alhaji Rashid Adams of Akwe Allah House, all the way in Hohoi. Akwe Allah House, all the way in Hohoi. Alhaji Rashid Adams and your wife, Sharifa Adams, a special good morning.
You come from a
to
Muslim
you.
family,
I'm from a Muslim family. My dad is even Muslim.
Okay.
But as life would have it,
so
I'm Christian.
Your Islamic name is?
Fatima.
Fatima.
Yes.
Fatima was a wife of Muhammad.
Yes.
Oh.
No, not the wife of Muhammad, the daughter.
Daughter.
The daughter of Muhammad, yes.
Okay.
The daughter of Muhammad.
Okay. So let me also say good morning to our great viewers and then also some of our great friends who tend to watch us as well. Sheikh Abubakar Napar, you're the founder president of the Light Foundation. Good morning to you as well. And then also Chairman Godwin Tamaklo has many Muslims who work for him as well. And you know that when it comes to downstream oil transportation, for those of us who live in Ashaiman Tema area, we have a lot of Muslim friends. Alhaji Sola as well. So Alhaji Godwin Tamaklo, good morning to you as well, says that Eid al-Adha to all his workers, that's of the rate group. And then also special greetings from the Director of Operations, Ghana Police Service, COP Emmanuel Tekujo, to all Muslims in the Ghana Police Service who are personnel and wishing them all the best. Alhaji Bunayirabo Shele, who is a regular watcher of the show. Before you go for prayers, we wish you all the best for the day. God bless you as well. And please make sure that we pay reverence to everybody else who is well. And then Alhaji Nuruddin, you're the chief driver for engineers and planners. That's Chairman Ibrahim Mahama. Wishing you all the best for the day. And then also Pai Fianku and everybody else who tends to watch us. But Mo Ajamain is also watching us from Germany.
We also want to say a special thank you, special one, of course, for our outfits this morning. And you're going to be seeing it all through the day. All the presenters are going to be clad, of course, in our Baya or Muslim outfits. Ketsi Sarafix Mond, you're all the way on the Spintex Road, Spintex Shell signboard. I know that store. I've been there a number of times. And if you want an abaya this morning for your special Eid al-Adha celebrations, you can call them on 0244 459606, 0244 459606, or you can also call 054 040 7148, 054 040 7148. They are on the Spintex Road, and the name of the store is Sarafix Mond. Sarafix Mond, thank you so much for clothing us this morning. Well, let's move on to other things. We'll activate the phone lines. You can talk to us about this 0.75% charge on your mobile money transfer to your bank account. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our special Idil Adha version or edition of TV3 Newday. A number of issues to go through this morning as we're prepping the phone lines for you to call us and submit your contributions. But first of all would be the report, the committee report that has come out from the All Africa Games held here in Accra and Cape Coast in the year 2023. And I remember at the time there were a whole lot of issues from feeding to accommodation, a whole lot of complaints, videos moving left, right, center on social media. Well, the committee has ended their findings and it is right out there for all of us to see. And Roland, you'll be taking us through some of the findings this morning. But what I see on the screen right now is the Bank of Ghana's halt, or their directive to halt MTN from charging the 0.75% on mobile money transfers into your bank account. All right, what do you have for us? Do we go through it?
Yeah, so we'll quickly go through it and then we'll speak to our expert on the line very soon. But I think it's also important for all of us to get to know where this directive is coming from. So this one was a customer message that went to all mobile money limited customers, what we know as MTN Momo, so to speak, because they now have a company altogether incorporated to be able to do that, which is a subsidiary of the bigger group. And subsequently, this was the message that came a few days ago, and it did indicate that the valued customers, that's yellow valued customers, and that will be valued customers of MTN, from June 1, transfers from your Momo wallet to bank account will attract a fee of 0.75% per transaction, all right, capped at 5 Ghana cedis. This will help us continue to serve you better, and concluded, thank you for choosing Momo, all right? So we all know that the short form of what the parlance has been for mobile money is Momo, all right? Subsequently, the incorporated subsidiary of MTN is called Mobile Money Fintech Limited, all right? So they now operate that transaction or fintech subsidiary of MTN. Now, the thing is, if you take a look at April this year, the transactional volumes, when we're talking about the number of people and then the volumes of transaction in terms of the quantum, is close to 500 billion Ghana cedis. And MTN, or Mobile Money Fintech Limited, which is a subsidiary of MTN, has the largest customer. And then the transaction volumes they get the biggest percentage, so to speak, per daily transaction volumes. So what has been indicated is a direct message of a service provider to ordinary customers that it has by way of its market share. Now, subsequently too, if you take a look at this, a lot of concern had been raised about whether there were consultations that were undertaken with key stakeholders. And the key stakeholders are, i.e., the Bank of Ghana, which regulates the sector as well. And then they have various laws that tend to regulate the sector. And then also their own service providers. So we're talking about those who operate the merchant outfit as well. And then the various consumer associations or pressure groups. So whether it's a Consumer Association of Ghana, etc., like the one that Kofi Kapito has, we'll call him on the line if he's available, and then we'll talk to him as well. And then whether others like the Ministry of Finance had also been consulted. And then Parliament, which is a representation of the bigger body of individual Ghanaians who are headed by various members of Parliament across the 276 constituencies of the Republic of Ghana. Now, subsequently, Kuki, it's why the minority says that, well, this cannot just be a big company which has the biggest shareholder margins when it comes to the market just introducing a capped fee per transaction for its customers. Because once you control that volume of transaction, you cannot just arbitrarily just introduce this and think that policymakers, the customers, and the key stakeholders in the market will not raise eyebrows. The minority, led by Penyo Makin, the minority leader, has this whole conspiracy theory to say that this is so-called the government of Ghana and then the Ministry of Finance, GRA, trying to test the market using the biggest player. And, well, I don't know what you make of it, but testing the market, swiftly rejected. The minority also says that, oh, this is e-levy being brought back. What this has also generated is, one, well, you were for e-levy. So if e-levy is being reintroduced, you should be happy. However, the other criticism is that you said e-levy was not good. That will be the NDC and the government of the day when they were in opposition. So why is it being introduced? But flatly, there's been a direct information and then a press release from the Bank of Ghana. And it says that this has to be halted altogether. And so I don't know what you make about it, but Cookie, it will be quite interesting, especially once where today there's going to be a lot of transactions for Eid al-Adha. And you know,
sending gifts.
Today is the day that they give. So if you can chop the salah meat, you give mobile money.
You send Momo. So for all of our Muslim friends out there, if you know you are not sending us meat this morning, just Momo it and we'll be here to receive it. But gentlemen in the back, do we have Nelson Kwagbaji on the phone yet? All right. Nelson, good morning to you.
Good morning, and happy Eid.
Happy Eid. It's been some time. I miss you in studios. You should come so we have a conversation real soon.
Sure. I'll be coming soon.
All right, great. Nelson, now the public, the general public is listening this morning on TV3 Newday. How significant is this directive from the BOG to halt this 0.75%, which has been capped at 5%? How significant is it to the ordinary Ghanaian? And is it because BOG itself was concerned about the public's reaction or agitation?
All right, thank you very much once again. Good morning. Well, first of all, we need to understand whether BOG has the mandate to actually take the decision that they took yesterday to suspend or actually stop the implementation of that charge. And you know, Ghana is a country regulated by law. And so when you read Section 3 of the Payment System and Services Act 2019 Act 897, it actually mandated the central bank to promote, to regulate, to supervise the payment, clearing, and settlement within the national payment ecosystem. And so the decision taken by the Bank of Ghana to actually suspend or, stop the immediate implementation is actually grounded in law. Okay. Now, in terms of its significance, yes, one of the problems that I personally had with this charge is that before a company of that nature can roll out this pricing model, operating in a highly regulated environment, there are certain key steps that a company needs to take. The first one has to do with consultation with the regulator. Now, from the way the Bank of Ghana also coined, their message suspending the implementation, it was as if this is a private entity that is profit-oriented, that just wants to increase the prices of whatever services they are offering to the public. Yes, we agree that as for those companies, they incur operational costs, they incur technological costs, and of course, infrastructure costs. However, once we are in a regulated environment, you don't take such a decision without consultation with key players within the ecosystem in which you operate. Now, in Ghana, generally, there are two routes from which you can move money from your wallet to your bank account. The first one is through gifts. That is the Ghana, interbank payment and settlement system. And for gift platform, they are payable. You pay when you transfer money from your wallet to your bank. Then the second route is the MTN route. So until recently, until MTN came out with this message, they have not been charging. And so when you send money, when you move it from your wallet to your bank account, they don't charge. Now, the message that Roland actually read earlier, they have not stated any scientific data-proven basis for the rollout of this pricing model. They only say, oh, we are charging this in order to continue to serve you better. And for me, that is not enough, because you need to tell the regulator, you need to tell the key players within the industry the reasoning and the basis for your, implementation of this pricing model. Now, the impact on consumers is that it's going to erode their capital, because me moving money from my wallet to my bank account is just like moving money from my left pocket to my right pocket, and you want to tax it. Now, when you are moving the money from wallet to bank account, there is no value added, there is no value creation. So, in effect, you are taxing my working capital. And there are so many SMEs in Ghana that moves money from their wallet to their bank account in order to pay salaries. And so it means that at any point in time, they are moving their working capital from their mobile to their bank. It means MTN will be charging them. And for me, I see that as a disincentive to financial inclusion.
Nelson, you mentioned stakeholder engagement, and the BOG is also asking for a broader stakeholder engagement. Now, at this table, who and who should be there for this engagement?
Well, I think the regulator is key. They should be there. I think consumers, I think we have Kofi Capito's group who are also part of these key stakeholders within the ecosystem in which MTN operates. And don't forget that the Ministry of Communication, represented by the National Communication Authority, is also a key stakeholder. And of course, the Ministry of Finance is also a key stakeholder as far as their operation is concerned. And so when they bring all these people together, then they would now tell us the basis for the adjustment in the whatever they intend to do. And without those bases to stakeholders for all Ghanaians to understand, it will be very difficult to implement this pricing policy.
Nelson, many people are sending us messages, and Boy says the charges on Momo wallet to bank accounts is already in place. I was charged and I called my bank. The bank said it's the service provider's charge. And I can tell you for sure that I have been charged almost every single time that I've had to move money from my mobile money wallet to my bank account. So many people are indicating that these fees or these charges are already existent. Was this MTN's way of publicizing it or making it known to the public, something that they were doing already?
Well, that would be an unfair pricing practice, because if you are pricing a service, it must be known to the consumer. In fact, when you step your foot into any bank in Ghana, every service that you want the bank to give you, they will tell you what the charges that goes with it. And so if they are already doing it and the consumers are not aware, and now they are now coming out to tell us, then that is unfair on the part of the Momo company. As much as possible, they should be able to tell the consumer, these are the charges that will give you when you use this platform to transfer money. But as I did indicate, as a country, we have been talking about financial inclusion. We have been talking about deepening the financial inclusion, bringing people into the formal banking sector. I mean, some of these policies, they go a long way to demotivate and de-incentivize people. You will recall that the e-levy, one of the reasons why the e-levy was actually repealed was because it was a nuisance to all of us. Right. So I think, for me, the 0.75% will go a long way to disincentivize and demotivate and even decelerate the financial inclusion agenda of the country.
Nelson, thank you so much for your time. I wish I could ask you many more questions, but we are running out of time. So let's put it on the back burner for now. Later on, we'll come to you with more questions. But of course, thank you, Nelson Kwagbaji, who is a fintech analyst. Thank you so much for your time. We'll move on to the phone lines now for you to deliver your submissions, if any, this morning, and also to celebrate our Muslim brothers and sisters. And I'm told our first caller is already on the line. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Ajifat Masrasi.
I didn't get that, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Ajifat bint Rasulullah.
Good morning to you. You are really listening. Yes, my name is Hajia Fatima, and you're welcome to TV3 Newday. Alaji Fawad, a.k.a. Paparo, is also here this morning. Your submission, please.
Okay, this is your brother, Sari from Guadeloupe. Yeah, I want to wish you happy Eve, and then to Roland, and then all my Muslim brothers in Wali Wali and Ghana at large. I greet everybody. Yes, I'm very happy that the DOD has stepped in to stop MTN, from implementing what they were trying to do. Okay, I think that they needed to even show some kind of compassion to the Ghanaian people. Because as I speak now, Ghanaian business people are being beaten in their country, South Africa. They come from South Africa. So, and they are quite aware that our people who are also doing the same businesses in that country are being beaten left, right, and center. And then to the extent that our government is trying to evacuate them back to their country. So they should have sympathized with us. Now they are now even insulting us the more. So I think that is not acceptable at all. So I'm very happy that the government has to stop this kind of unnecessary thing from happening. And people are saying that they were trying to bring e-levy or something back. You see, this is quite different from e-levy. And for e-levy, it was targeting the poor and the ordinary person. Do you understand? Maybe somebody is in Accra and then trying to send Momo to the mother in the northern part of this country, and through Momo. So it was targeting the poor, but this one is totally different from that one. I'm not justifying this one, but it's totally different. And then secondly, government has even listened to them. When we were making the noise that they should stop the e-levy, Akufo-Addo refused to do that. But now the government has listened and then intervened.
All right.
By ordering them to stop. So what noise are they making again? So they should keep quiet and they focus on what they are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time as well. Please, when you call us, keep your submissions very short so other people can also call in. All right. Moving to messages, right?
Hajia Loratu says...
Hajia Loratu. Oh, good morning.
Mubarak.
And today is a special day.
Yeah.
It's the birthday of Joseph and then Giovanni Caleb. Giovanni Caleb. Yes. Oh, what did Hajia Loratu say?
Hajia Loratu says that your meat has been delivered.
Eesh.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the meat is electronic meat. So she sent...
Nah, I can't see it.
She sent a video.
Where's the evidence? I can't see it.
Video.
Wow.
Video. She sent the video.
They are grilling already this morning?
Yeah.
Wow.
So.
Okay.
And then she got, I think this one is from a restaurant. The second picture is from a restaurant, but the first one is fresh. And so from Shadrach and Anita and the rest of the producers and the production team, Hajia Loratu.
Hajia Madina as well. Special good morning to you. I'm hoping that you call us this morning. The other day, you were so kind by sending us meat. Today, we're on standby because we know say you go do show. We're on standby. Well, we'll move to messages if we do not have callers on the line right now. Abubila Godwin says, happy Eid to all my Muslim friends. There are a bunch of names over here. I won't be able to read all of them. Mensa Majid also says, happy Eid to you, Cookie and Papa Ro. Greetings to Honorable Alaji Ishak Dauda. Today, the shout-outs will be a lot more for our Muslim brothers and sisters. Pietang Aaron says, I've transferred money from my wallet to my bank a couple of times and I was charged. So this is not new. Rolly, this thing, it is not new. Yeah, I am charged every single time I transfer money from my Momo. Exactly. So that's why I was asking that. Was this just a move to announce it officially and make it public? Because the MTN is doing it already. Anyway, another caller is on the line. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Anita.
Yes. Oh, there's no energy in your voice at all. Yes,
good morning, Anita.
My name is not Anita. This is Cookie.
Okay, good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you. This is TV3 Newday.
I'm Obed. I'm calling from Bediani.
Obed, talk to us.
Please, the MTN mobile money deduction. You already did it. Sometimes when I send the money from my MTN mobile money to my account, they already...
They charge you?
They already deduct from the account and then they stop it. They already done it already. When they send my money from my wallet to my account, they deduct. They should stop. They should stop.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Points well made. Another caller from Tamale. Good morning.
Good morning.
I like your energy. Your name, please.
Come again.
Your name.
I'm James K. Sana.
James K. Sana. Sabah. Okay, you're calling us from Tamale, is that correct?
Yes,
okay.
Correct.
All right, talk to us.
Okay, I don't actually know. I can understand this, my MPP brothers, especially Abonyo Market. You know, MTA wanted to implement something and government intervened to stop this. What is his problem and his people? Abonyo Market and his people, what is his problem? Their problems. So that's what I have.
Points well made and noted. Thank you very much. Okay, Rolly, let's move to messages now.
All right, so we already have a number of messages. This one is coming from Ajay Boating, who says that anybody who has received message after making transaction, even before the announcement was made or the messages were sent to us on our mobile phones, will indicate that we'll see that there's already a 7.5 Ghana cedi charge on those large volumes of transactions. So I don't know what exactly people are complaining about. What the message does indicate is that it's been capped at 5 Ghana cedis. So does it mean that the 7.5 Ghana cedis has been reduced to 5 Ghana cedis?
That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Rolly, this next caller, I want you to pick it. Today, if he doesn't do anything at all, he has to send Momo.
Oh, is that so?
If he doesn't even send the meat, he has to send Momo. So please pick this call.
Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Hey, Alaji, Bene Yerobo Shele.
Roland.
Okay, yeah.
The name you are choosing today, I changed that name.
Oh, Alaji Fuad. Yeah, it's my favorite or one of my favorite Arabic names.
Dandawa. I think you knew me.
Okay. Say it again.
Dandawa. Ajia Shamima Muslim.
How can you call me Ajia Shamima Muslim when my name is Ajia Fatima?
The Fatima will not accept the Fatima. Will not accept the Fatima.
But Fatima is a name.
Fatima is my name. It's my real name.
Fatima is your real name.
You don't know as my husband. How?
Hey. So we should take the Ajia Fatima.
Yes.
No problem.
Yes.
Thank you to have me this morning. Let me send my wisdom to our Muslim brothers and sisters. Today I'll do something. Don't worry. I'll do something.
Really? He says today he'll do something.
I will send you something today.
Yo, I hear you.
Okay. I think our brothers in MPP, especially Afonyo Maki, I think is desperate. Because the NPP lose in the 2024 election, and that confuse them and they do this kind of things. When Afonyo Maki wake up in Parliament and stand up in Parliament saying that we bring e-levy back, what kind of person you are? You need to be reason and say your things. I mean, when you look up at this man, he be like he's confused. So if MPP leaders didn't change Afonyo, MPP will keep on losing until the only 5 people sit in Parliament.
Okay. Thank you very much, Alaji.
So we need to look and do our things properly. Let me greet Julius Debra and Dr. Abukar Wumbi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, too, for making it snappy today. We are still waiting for the salam meat or the momo that you have promised. Rolly, let's get to messages.
Okay, so we have a couple of messages. This one is coming from Prince Nania York. He says that good morning to us. Okay, as you know, these charges have continued even after the e-levy was repealed, both before and after its removal. This has affected even my 2 Momo numbers linked to the same account. I believe they should refund the money to serve as a deterrent for any other companies in the future and to promote greater accountability. I think what that 7.5 Ghana cedis charge, which has now been reduced to 5, is a service charge. It's not the e-levy.
It's a service charge, yes.
And it's not the e-levy.
It's not the e-levy, no. It's not e-levy. E-levy has been cancelled. So
I don't know why MTN is not bringing out a statement to clarify this.
Well, they have to.
We have more calls.
Aziz John says, happy Eid to you, Hajia Fatima, Bintu Yaya Cookie, and all Muslims across the globe. especially in the Upper West region. My best regards to my boss, Professor Mahmoud Khalid. Do we have more callers on the line?
Yes, we do.
Or shall we continue? Okay, our last caller, I'm told, is on the line for the morning. Hello, good morning. Happy Eid to you.
Good morning. Good morning to Kukuti and Roland. I hope you guys are enjoying the
we are very well, sir.
The way you dress, everything, you are okay. We'll join you for the meet. You can't hear it alone. I'm Eben from Kwabinya. Hope you guys are doing well.
Yes, Eben, we are fine. Talk to us.
Anyway, let me take this by personal to wish Honorable Alhaji Kundo at the castle. Today marks his birthday. Also, it's a Babatala for him. So I think he will enjoy it fully. May Allah bless him, continue to bless him.
Amen.
So that he prepares himself for the grant. I wish him well this morning. You see, Kukuti is very sad in this country. For me, I have my account with commercial bank. Anytime even I withdraw from commercial bank to my MTN. Okay, so I wonder how this micro minority, they want to make news about everything. And I keep on telling them, what they are doing, they are just disgracing their party. When the NDC, superior majority went into opposition, this wasn't the way we reacted. As opposition, you need to be responsible, not just talk for talking sake. I've been telling them also that we are not in the days of that resource they can rely on the traditional media. But look, now social media is playing a very major role in our body politics. So when you are saying something, come on, clear.
All right.
We see the difference between Z-levy and what the fintech want to charge. They are already charging us. So please, we are begging them. They should come out and criticize in the manner that they will get more followers. You are 38%. Instead of you to get more seats in parliament the next election, you are even going down more. You are going down. Please, as a normal, we are begging you.
Thank you.
This is not the way a minority leader should behave.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Time is up. Time is up. Unfortunately, we have to let you go. The submission was getting a little longer. We do apologize. You don't have any more messages, do you? Let me just send this reminder out there and we'll take a break so the big issue would be underway. Pack up your day, that will way, with a rich, smooth taste of Peck milk shortcake. So just in case the meat is not ready on time, Peck can do the waiting nicely for you. It is pure delight and available everywhere in the country. We take a break. We'll be right back. Happy Eid to all of our Muslim brothers and sisters. Thank you very much for staying tuned. We'll be right back after this break.
Again, let's say Eid Mubarak to all of you. It's a holiday edition of TV3 Newday as always. We also do have cash out going with the Shoko star 439#. Become one of those lucky winners. And as always, please, when you are enjoying, you also remember to some, so to speak, because we're stopped from, staking as well. So we'll see how that goes. But a number of you as well are celebrating today, and so monitoring on your online platforms or through your devices. We're grateful that you've joined us. Particularly if you're watching us on YouTube, we're grateful. Please make sure that you increase the number of shares for us. Let's also be part of this as well. I already see Prince Nani Ayok, Samuel Kate, who is on Facebook, and we have some familiar faces. Hey, I nearly adopted Lawyer Pia Dankwe's phrase, familiar spirit. Sorry. We have some familiar faces here as well, as we do every Wednesday. Please make sure that you share the stream. And then I will implore Benjamin Nunu with our digital team to be blocking the scammers who tend to send those scam messages on our platforms. It's a holiday we don't want. Nana Benin, you've joined us. We're grateful. Share the stream, and let's have some great conversation. A great friend of mine, Justice. Justice lives in Finland. He's a regular watcher. Ni Odate Mills. Good morning to you in Finland, and alongside your family watching us. PHK, Newday, you're also watching. And please make sure that let's have some great conversations today. You would know that, as always, when we begin, we have to tell you that Big Issue is sponsored by the University of Gold Coast. But alongside, we have some great conversations that we have to undertake this morning. And it's the latest audit report, and this one was a directive to the Auditor General to look into expenditure for the All-African Games. And the outcome of that audit report and the recommendations, and if you look at some of those findings, have become a subject of public debate, particularly on social media, on mainstream as well as on social media. We're willing to also bring the conversations to you. And what are those indicators in the reports? Again, it says that the catering contract carried 33.9 million Ghana cedis in unsupported costs. Vehicle rental was overpriced, according to the report, by 13.12 million Ghana cedis. And then there's a particular agency that was mentioned in the audit report as being unqualified to provide accommodation services, yet they provided the services. Accommodation, we're told, by way of the cost, was also overpriced beyond the 100% pricing based on the assessment of the Auditor General, in excess of some 10 million Ghana cedis. And there's more. I believe it's the report is paged over 700. You go to the portal of the Auditor General, you'll find it. Now, the vaccines that were supposed to have been undertaken as well. And for the athletes, they test them. So just to see whether they have in their bloodstream banned substances. And anti-doping tests were overpriced, according to the report, by 572,000 euros. And then when it came to sports equipment, it showed excess costs of some $322,000. Remember, even though these are in dollars, at the time, the US dollar was going for around 16 Ghana cedis on the market. If you go to the under tree as well as the corners, that's the black market, will be in excess 17, etc. Vehicle branding, again, we're told that was inflated by just 2 million Ghana cedis. So not much there. And then 15 million Ghana cedis was paid from games account for activities outside the mandate of the local organizing committee, including payments linked to Black Stars and coaching salaries, all from the expenditure of African Games, in which the Black Stars did not participate. And then 20 million was withdrawn in cash without proper supporting documentation. It gets even more interesting according to the findings of the Auditor General. And when it came to reconciliation, $247,000 in participation fees could not be reconciled. Games merchandise and, well, in our local parlance, and then what we know, we call them souvenirs. So the T-shirt, the mufflers and things like that. 27.2 million Ghana cedis had no proper sales being accounted for. A sponsorship broker was paid 110,000 Ghana cedis in cash, contrary to policy. That one, in my own estimation, that's just. And then there's an individual who owns a travel and tour company, was linked to contract worth 150 million. An individual, so a shareholder of a company, was linked to contracts worth 150 million Ghana cedis, and 336 million Ghana cedis in either variable services was also contracted as fixed sums, including catering, accommodation, anti-doping, transport and etiquette, bundled together. And GBC-related broadcast engagement lacked proper contrast, while poor broadcast management allegedly caused revenue loss of some 59 million Ghana cedis. I'm just trying to round them off. Now, this is where they say it gets interesting. So there was overpricing of accommodation, 10 million Ghana cedis. And market verification showed that the average official hotel rate for the listed hotels range from $50 to $70 per room, producing a benchmark total of approximately $735,000. The differential represents the inflated component of the accommodation in Ghana cedi terms at the time, pegged exchange rate 10 million Ghana cedis, but in dollar terms, $840,000. Now, the Auditor General in this report is recommending the recovery of the amount from the minister at the time, Mustafa Yusuf, William Kate, a former chief director, Dr. Kweku Ofuswasari, the local organizing committee chair at the time, an astute individual who has also contributed significantly to sports development and administration Ghana as well, with all due respects to him as well. Overpricing of sports equipment. We have 3.8 million Ghana cedis. The comparative US dollar terms is there. For example, boxing equipment was contracted at $109,000 against a benchmark of what could have gotten on the market per value and quality, 48,000. Against even, and then when it came to the triathlon equipment priced at 449,000, which could have been gotten at market value for 216 Ghana cedis, right? And so we also decided to do some bit of checks as well. And for many suppliers, they did indicate that government doesn't pay early, and so they look at time value of money per unit cost of the items. And so sometimes you may find an average benchmark of an item on the market, but because generally GOG payments tend to delay, so those who are service providers or contractors who are supposed to provide or supply items also tend to put their value on it to be able to get the price at which they bought them, and then the return on the investment. Now I'm just doing an introduction of some of our great people that we have, familiar people that we have. I have lawyer Theophilus Jemega Tike. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Also, he's a civil engineer, mining engineer as well by profession. He'll be telling us at the tail end where we have flats in many of the high-price areas. People bought residency, etc. But that's not up for discussion now. I also have, just alongside him, Alfred Thompson, a former Deputy MD for NIB, National Investment Bank. He's currently going for the position of Treasurer if the nominations are open for the MPP at the national level. He's an astute politician and then also finance and accounts person, so well-versed in the subject area. Thank you for joining us.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Wa alaikum salam. And then, of course, I have Jebuntie here, Dr. Joshua Jebuntie Zato of Sisala East. Oh no, Sisala West. Sisala West.
From Sisala East.
Sisala East constituency. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you. And let me just ask today is the birthday of Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin, the minority leader in Parliament. Good morning and happy birthday to you. It's also the birthday of Honorable Hassan Tampuli. He was the former NPA director. He's a member of Parliament. Happy birthday and Eid Mubarak to you. To His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Eid Mubarak to you. Let me also say Alhaji Farouk, Aliyu Mahama, Tampuli, Aminanda, Habib, all honorables. Eid Mubarak to you. So far, nobody has sent me salamit. I'm still waiting. To that small girl, Laura too, that Gonja small girl, she too, she said today is Eid. She will not send me anything. Navisa Nankwa and all the Muslims out there, I wish you all Eid Mubarak, and you know where to send the salamit I'll be expecting. Today is a beautiful day, and I'm happy that it's a day of sacrifice, that we all learn to sacrifice once in a while for the poor, for the environment, and for our country, and always remember that giving is better. So thank you to all. And to my former boss, Honorable Professor Ali Duseidu, Member of Parliament for Tamale Central. He was my HOD. He's now a Member of Parliament. He's now a big man. Prof, Eid Mubarak to you.
Politics laced in the greetings, but no problem at all. Well accepted.
Greeting people and wishing happy birthdays.
And then also have Chairman of the Common Sense Family of Ghana, or Director of Communications, UP. He's here, Solomon. How are you?
It could be better, but...
have you perused the document?
I have gone through it, but it's a sad day for Ghana. But we will intersperse it with greetings to our Muslim brothers, especially my neighbor, Alhaji Abdul Razak and their family, Alhaji Shia and co. Alhaji Razak, actually, when I got home very late, I saw some sheep. Is it a goat or sheep? Donated to me. Because I got home very late, I heard an animal crying. So I am using the sound of the animal to judge whether it's a goat or a sheep. But I want to thank them and I wish them the best of luck and the best of the Yuletide. As we
Then maybe we should also be.
Yeah, you have to be in our neighborhood so that you enjoy.
We now understand why he left them for last.
All right. What do you can add your greetings? What do you make of the report in itself, the recommendations, but more importantly, the findings? Let me start off with you.
Just to do it the way others have done it. Happy Mubarak to my brothers, particularly the Zongo community in Hawaii. My aides, Salim and Issa, Klisman and Alhaji Mubarak. Of course, Ghana's ambassador to Benin, Alhaji, to the ambassador to Benin. Not forgetting Malam Mabruk, all of Hawaii, and all the people of Zongo community in Hawaii, and my sweetheart, Hamdia. Happy Mubarak to all of you. Yes, I see that. Yes, I mean...
Mr. Thompson says that the NDC leadership, when you are saying sweeter publicly, we have to raise questions. Yeah. But you go ahead,
okay.
go ahead.
Oh, there is a private sweetheart and a public sweetheart.
Why you want to bring my friend?
Please go ahead, go ahead.
What has He's trying to bring on.
Please go ahead. Today says...
So as I said...
This Wednesday panel.
Alhaji Abu Manaf, Ghana's ambassador to Benin, Eid Mubarak to you. This report is a pain.
It's a pain?
Yes. Reading through it, you'll be very teary.
It stinks?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, more than stinking. This report, nobody anywhere should be in the position to defend this report. No way. I heard the former minister yesterday saying that when the report reaches Parliament, he will have his day to talk to it. But I think that good practice will mean that queries are raised when these auditors try to audit. They raise queries, they ask questions, and you provide the report. For example, we found something that the Ministry of Youth and Sports, or Ministry of Sports, paid 38 million to a company for equipment contract that was worth 3.2 million. Why? Even if it is a situation that monies are not paid early, the variance within it is so high. Then they also paid for things like air travel, and they paid fixed amounts. Where the contracts or the elements of the contract are variable, the things change by day, yet you pay a fixed amount. Is it to the detriment of Ghana or to the detriment of the one providing? Of course, we also had a situation where even WADA, the sports testing organization, the doping testing, they said when you benchmark their costs with what went into the All-African Games, it is way too much. Why? The amount of money that we have been told we have lost, 580 million Ghana cedis. Granted, that is the truth. Granted, that is the truth. That would have built hospitals, that would have built roads, that would have cleared the garbage we have in the street, that would have removed the chokes in the gutters so that there will be no flooding. And there will be somebody who will defend this. In fact, it stinks to the high heavens. But the question I need to ask is, why until the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, asked for the forensic audit, nothing was done until then? Since 2023, someone was in charge. 2024, someone was in charge. And these are the people who are preaching accountability and reliability for us to give them the mandate to rule this country. Why? I believe that I don't actually know why the report needs to go to Parliament. I think the surcharging must be quick and must be robust. And it's the very reason why I believe that these are the very things that we need to go after and recover this loot for Ghana. And this goes beyond create, share, and loot. It goes beyond that. Because what we are saying, let me read another one for you. They said that there was an overcharge amounting to 8 million for testing. 8 million Ghana cedis, not the old Ghana, and which, if it's in euro terms, 572,000. Go here. You see that a company that was linked to one person, 3 companies linked to one person, was paid 3.16 million for branding of vehicles. Remember bus branding in Ghana? You remember how MPP made noise out of bus branding, and that amount didn't reach 3.15 million. Yet someone was given 3.16 million for branding and debranding of vehicles for the games. Come on, what are we doing to ourselves? I believe that my brother here and my brother here as well, Dr. Zato and Alfred, I mean, their defense of this should be a bit watered down. I don't expect that they should defend this. At least their defense might only be, let's hear from the other side. Beyond that, what are you defending about this? Assuming they are even lawyers, what are they defending about this? And these are monies that I check how much it costs for World Athletics Championship, and it's about $70 million. And we have spent 2.something billion Ghana cedis on this, which is way, way more than $70 million. Why? What did we gain out of it? What is the benefit to the country? Tourism, the hotel industry, what's the benefit to the country? I think that this is something that nobody, and I'll be surprised if anybody on this table will defend this.
Well, at the end of the day, when you ask the accountant, they will tell you that saying that there are losses necessarily do not mean that somebody pilfered or embezzled. Because there's an audit conference that's held, but the fact that they could not reproduce at the time the auditors wanted it did not give any indication that somebody pilfered.
No, you see, the audit report was a bit detailed. For example, it says here that the audit uncovered systemic flaw in the structure of 14 major service contracts. They were awarded at fixed predetermined lump sum. So whether the figures change tomorrow, become lower, nobody cares. Now, contracts reveal no reconciliation controls. You can, for example, if you are giving 1 cedi for this, there is no way they will say whether you have gone to buy the pen at 1 cedi. Whether you have even bought the pen, there's nothing there. Because they said that there's no documentation to link actual payments to quantities delivered. How will you justify that to say that that is not a loss? Then they paid for travel. So for travel, you need to see tickets, manifests, etc. And there was none that they saw. You need to see the logs, you need to see test results. None was provided. How then are you going to say that this is not a loss? You see, the law about causing financial loss to the state, sometimes I wonder if it really bites, or if it is that we go for stealing, which will be one that will be quickly proved and people will be sent to jail. Something like this. My mother in my hometown, watching us today, reading this, listening to this, will be asking questions. How come that all these people are still being allowed to walk and roam the streets freely when there are people who stole goats and sheep and are languishing in jail? This is something we need not allow to happen. And going forward, when you see, that is the reason why all these organizations come for money tomorrow, then people are very reluctant to help. The amount of money here is too staggering. You can't believe that somebody will spend 336 million was committed and paid without any verifiable alignment between the contract sum and the service delivered. Wow, you can't do that. It can never happen in any private entity. Let's take Toyota, let's take Newmont, let's take any private one, or one of these foreign things, that you spend 336 million Ghana cedis without anything to show that this is what I spend it for. It never happens. Why should it happen to Ghana government?
You are in the profession, so there will be key benchmarks you would want to benchmark your own submissions on, because blatantly it also means that everybody else providing service would have been bundled to have been individuals or companies or shareholders that embezzled monies for specific purposes.
Good morning once again to Roland, to Solo, to my brother, my lawyer, and also to Dr. Zato. And I'll take this opportunity to wish Honorable Afenyo Markins, who happens to come from my region, the minority leader, a very good gentleman, a very solid guy. He's straightforward, up in front, and I wish him a very happy birthday, because he's one of the few people in Ghana that will stand up and make sure that he speaks the truth and his voice is heard. Also to Alasan Tampuli, my brother Alaji, I wish him a very happy birthday and I wish him all the best. To Dr. Baumia and Lady Samira, I wish them Eid Mubarak. I believe that this day, that is a day of sacrifice. And there are sacrifices that they are giving out to Mother Ghana will bear fruits very soon. And the good heart that Dr. Baumia has and the good mind that he has to deliver for this country will be manifested from 2029 going. And I know that his good works will work out and people will see the good that he has to give to Ghana, Mother Ghana. I'm glad you asked him a very simple question about what finance people would ask in general terms, but he really could not give an answer. First and foremost, I would say the report that has been given, I don't know whether it's a form of, hitting people or bringing certain things out. I would want the auditors, if truly people have mismanaged, to be taken up. But whilst he was reading, I quickly glanced through, just a quick one. I glanced through something here, and it says JDK Travel and Tours, unqualified firm. And why were they saying it's an unqualified firm? They said travel and tour, they don't have accommodation, so they can't give accommodation, which is quite strange. Because I know that travel and tours, what they usually do is that when they are giving you
license,
it says
license.
I'm coming. In a particular glaring case, JDK Travel and Tours, registered as a travel and tour entity, was engaged to provide accommodation service, despite having no accommodation license and operating merely as an intermediary. Travel and tour, when they go all across the world, when they are getting you a ticket and things, and they are taking you for travel, this then, they give you accommodation as well. You see? And so I would plead that this report should be scrutinized very well. But moreover, I asked myself, when you look at this report and you look at what happened recently with the African Games, should we undercut to disgrace ourselves, or should we give a proper budget? Because these budgets are scrutinized. I believe that everything is scrutinized before it goes out. After everything is scrutinized. And then he mentioned that there were no tests to prove that these doping tests were done. Then if you are saying there was no test, then the whole amount should be put as stealing or corruption or corrupted related matters. Because you can't say that, oh, it was overpriced. And you come and tell me here on the studio that there were no tests to show that these doping tests were done. You see, let's be careful in scrutinizing some of these things or pointing fingers at people quickly. I am someone who I believe that when people do things or they overprice things, they should be queried. They should be asked questions. They should be given the chance to defend. And I'm glad the minister says that he's waiting for his day in Parliament for him to respond under oath to all these things.
That's the Honorable Yusuf.
The Honorable Yusuf. He said he's going to respond. And he used the word Parliament because in Parliament, it's going to go into the Hansard. So it was going to go under oath. And everything I believe, because Yusuf, since I knew him, when he started his elections and he lost and he came back, I've known him to be a straightforward person. I don't see Yusuf as someone who will go and overprice and overbloat things.
I don't understand. What does somebody's face and character got to do with
I know him, and I don't believe he will do that. That doesn't mean anything can happen. The knowing I know him as a brother and as a friend, the relationship we've had, I don't believe something like this could happen. And I'll be glad for him to come out and defend this, or to come and say that, yes, he erred here and there, and we'll all see it. But I would say that this report, as we are seeing it today, I really don't want to say that it could be a witch hunt or it could be something that they are just doing to take attention off, as they are usually doing over the last few months or 1 year, 4 months. Because over the 1 year, 4 months, all they do is that when they say anything or they see that they are going wrong, and the people complain about they not delivering even on basic promises that they've given, then they bring all sorts of things to cloud the air. I'll be glad that this report will be scrutinized very well. This is just the beginning, and we are going to do that. But however, I would say that comparing this, that they have spent so much to get a glamorous, good name that was sent out there into the open world, as against the recently All-African Games, that you saw some of the things that happened.
The Senior Athletics Championship.
There's what?
The African Senior Athletics Championship.
Senior Athletics Championship. You saw just here at Legon, we heard and we saw some of the things that went on. Even with the South Africans, with all other things that went on. In fact, when people were leaving this country, the name that was going out there was very bad. When I listened to some of the sports journalists, the things that they were even saying about our own people and how they ran this sports relations was very, very poor. And I don't think that we want to undercut to spoil our name, to undercut to destroy a game, or to undercut and get a bad report or reputation. I believe that sometimes, if you want to get the best, you spend more. That is why there can be two houses that look the same, but you go into one and you see that one is extra beautiful, right, because they spent more and they spent for quality. And you get the other one that you didn't want to spend, so you go and it's just the basic necessities over there, and you don't want to stay there, but you want to stay in the rich and the top environment.
This tournament, we all know glaringly, led to us having new stadiums.
Which one?
The one that has been under the so we had new stadium, new roads attached.
Yes, the road from even what do you call it, School Junction to Boteman, super.
And then leading to Committee 24.
And even recently, I saw that before we left, I saw that there were certain places that they made the contractor go back, take and redo it because they saw some less than in. So it tells you that they did a lot of money went in. That's why I said Kwancha and this kind of idea. So some of these things.
So your reference to the Kwancha and DF, are you saying that a tournament, in comparison with what we just saw, once is a glitz and then there's glamour and extravagance, and then questions are raised about over expenditure, the glitz and glamour argument should supersede issues about over expenditure and overvaluing.
What we are looking at, was there money spent to get something quality?
Your quality was gotten.
Yes. So if you spend enough to get quality, I will go for spending enough to get quality than not spending for a name to be sport. Right now, when you ask about these recent, are you happy about these recent games, how it went?
Well,
and the
at
news
the beginning,
associated it.
No.
Even at the end, I mean,
I'm not
this
happy
game
about,
was a sham.
I'm not happy about the dent on Ghana's reputation about whether we can organize or not organize, especially coming from the 2023
and getting a super game like that.
So I say again, let me rephrase my question. I'm asking, are you saying that on the altar of having an extravagant, well-praised, well-organized tournament
and well spent,
if there are benchmarks about average values of items and supplies, which have been overvalued and then overpriced, these should not be key concerns, whether the tournament was well organized or was well received or not?
So I'll give you one here that I just glanced. They say the audit uncovered a systematic flaw in the structures of 14 major service contracts. What was it compared against? You see, these are some of the things that we look at. Give me the benchmark that you are using so that when I'm looking at it, I can say that, oh, yes, what you are saying is very true. But you just bring a report and tell me that accommodation, anti-doping, 10.4, accommodation, 88 million, catering, 146 million and everything. I remember not long ago.
This is not a report. So don't.
So this is your
This is
your study
highlights
notes. Your study notes from the NDC communication team.
Whether it's from NDC or MPP communication.
Then I don't even know. I mean, because he's a government rep, I know. I felt he was giving me a proper. Then I don't have to look at it because then I don't have to even look at it because this one is a sham. It's a sham. I understand.
The one you wrote here from the screen. This was the same thing they put on the screen.
It's not the same.
Daily Graphic.
It's not the same.
This is from Daily Graphic.
It's okay. Let's not fight.
Don't use this.
Let's not fight. Let's not fight. Even if you put the document, even if you put the document on ChatGPT and you want it to tease out, you give it a specific prompt. It will give you.
This one is from their
you
office.
are debating
It's never from anybody's office.
So the question I raise, I'll pose it again. Are you saying that yes, well organized, well received, that should overshadow concerns about overpricing, overvaluing, over-invoicing, and sometimes not providing invoices at all? I'm asking this because professionally, that's your area.
I'll repeat my answer I gave you the first time. I said, if anyone has done anything untoward in this particular thing, I believe that the right channels should be used and it's addressed. If people have to refund money, they will refund. However, when you want something good, you spend for it. There are so many shoes in town, don't they have? Your hat that you are wearing. I can go and get one that is about 10 Ghana cedis, and I can get another one that is about 100 Ghana cedis. True or false?
Does this look good?
No, I'm asking you.
I'm saying, does this look good?
Oh, yes. Plus your dress, it looks very good.
Yeah, but
and it looks pure.
Very cheap, but it looks nice.
It looks like MPP in the making. Because now you know, when the disappointment comes, you start shifting with the colors.
Okay. So I'm saying that but even though you see it very glamorous here, it looks comparatively very cheap.
Comparatively?
Yes.
That is
on the market.
You would say it's cheap for you.
On the market, very cheap.
You would say it's cheap for you. Someone would say it's expensive for them.
Okay.
So it depends on how you weigh it. And I'll state again that this report should be looked at twice. And I am happy that former minister says he's going to respond to it in parliament. So we all get the good picture and now we can have a full debate. Because coming from this side of the house or this side of the gathering, I really have serious questions to ask. Trust, I don't trust them. Because it's a government of settings. It's a government of, let's call this person the bad name so that people will see that they are bad. Daily, that is what they do. Because you have an attorney general who even before going to court will come and display his this thing on air, that this person is corrupt, this person has stolen, this person has done that. And all these things are things that we've constantly complained about.
How do you view this report? And then also the key recommendations, even before the recommendations, the findings?
Well, if you look at the numbers, they are repugnant. if you look at the figures, they are disgusting. And if you look at the total sums involved, they are a complete indictment on the public sector and the public bureaucracy of Ghana. And I think that this report highlights something that we've always been suspicious of and we've always tried to look at. The fact that in this country, accountability is something we only take serious when it involves a politician or when the name of a politician is dropped. We only take accountability serious when we think that we can make a political gain out of the issues at stake. But whenever we feel that we cannot do that, whenever we feel that we cannot milk any political juice from that story, we let it hide. I want to go back to something that, a theory that I've always proposed and I've always defended. I believe in regime accountability, and I also believe in post-regime accountability. The idea of regime accountability is that if your own government finds out, or whether you have done things that are against the rules and the regulations, that your own government should be able to hold you accountable for your acts and your inactions. But in a situation where your government is unable or unwilling to hold you accountable for what you've done or not done, then I'm happy and have no problem with a new government coming in and holding you accountable for that. Either way, if the objective is to hold you accountable for your actions and inactions whilst in office, I will never be against it. So you will never see me sit on air trying to justify something that's not justifiable or trying to provide refuge for wrongdoing. That's not my style. But then you come and look at this particular issue, and I'm beginning to ask certain questions, and important things come out. Where is the internal audit unit of the Minister of Sports? How come the Auditor General, they don't even mention them? How come? The minister did not leave his office to go to the person providing the food to go and negotiate that. The minister did not leave his office to go to the person doing that. Somebody did that. Who did that? Who did those negotiations? Why is it that this report has literally told the internal audit people, go, you are free, completely absolve them? Two, what about the procurement people? Is there a procurement office or department in the ministry? Aren't they the men and women who are trained, who have the long chain of certificates, trained to take care of procurement? Where were they? What did they do? This audit didn't tell us that anybody in that whole supply chain raised a red flag. This audit did not tell us that anybody who was working in the ministry, any of the professionals, I'm not talking about, I'm yet counting about any of the professionals, any of the men and women who are paid to do procurement, who are paid to do internal auditing, who have chains of certificates from some of the best schools in the world working there. None of them, this audit has not told me that any one of them raised a red flag or said, don't do this, or this is the wrong way to do it.
Why is this important? Because they hold the minister responsible?
I'm telling you why. And I started by that. I'm saying that, you see, there's a long chain. And as a country, we do this to ourselves always. We absolve them. We tell them that it doesn't matter. We've got the big guy, that's all. And that is why you see this thing happen. Look, Alfred, you know this. Because we don't ask these questions. Where is the red flag? You mean nobody saw these things happening? In that whole chain. The Auditor General, his own audit, there's an internal audit there. I think they're accountable to him. How come nobody in the internal audit unit was able to see that something like this is going on? And for me, that is the bane of our accountability fight. That is the bane of corruption in this country. If you are lower to mid-level bureaucrat, you can do whatever you want. There will be a politician to take the fall for you. If you are a lower to mid bureaucrat, you can literally bend the rules, do whatever you want, and then later you can blame the politician because he'll be there to take from you. So these things keep happening and happening. Look at the top 3 people that are recommended for this. That the minister, who's a politician, the chief director, and the chairman of the LOC. My point is that that whole line, there's nobody else. Nobody else will be held accountable for this. If we are serious about our public bureaucracy, if we are serious about it, we must start holding proper level public servants, bureaucrats, accountable for their actions and inactions.
And not the political heads.
No, I'm not saying don't hold them. I'm coming up there. We must start to, because we only look for, last time I used this word, things that are sexy. It is sexy because it involves a minister, or a deputy minister, or a government appointee. Oh, then we'll go after them. It's sexy when there's a big name involved. Then we'll go after them. It is not sexy. If you listen to what is happening in the Public Accounts Committee, you watch. When it is those mid-level politicians, 1, there's a minister there to defend them. And 2, it's almost like it's a theater, it's a joke. That is where the problems are. If you say that people were surcharged, undercharged, if you say prices were inflated, somebody went to check on those prices. Who was that? Who is that person's report? Did the person sign it? Who brought, if it's accommodation, who brought these things to the minister? Because again and again, I'm making the point, it's impossible to just say that one minister sat somewhere and literally oversaw all this, literally scrutinized all these documents. Reports were sent to the minister. Who sent those reports? And so we can't do this. Today is this minister that we are going to what? We are shouting, crucify him, crucify him. Today it is this LOC chairman we are saying crucify him, crucify him. Today it's this chief director. But tomorrow we are going to see this repeated. That is why always and always when you see these things, always watch. There's always some few people at the top we catch. And then we leave all the others who do the real work there. My point is that if
you're saying the minister should go down with others?
I'm not saying minister should go down. I've not said anybody should go down.
You said the audit report should go down for everybody, capture everybody that was involved.
Oh, please don't.
I thought I was feeling very well. I didn't think that I need you to explain what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that...
I'm supposed to be asking what you want to. So the question I asked was that, so you are saying that the minister and the chief director, and who else has been named, Dr. Kukwasari, they shouldn't be the only 3 people going down. We should have the others, internal auditors.
Good, I'm saying it's impossible for anybody,
other department heads,
to believe that these 3 people, especially the very echelons of the descent, were the only people who did all these things. Because, look, I've never been a head of an LOC before, but I want to believe that. He received reports. We want transportation. Somebody in the ministry, yes, somebody in the ministry does the procurement. Somebody in the ministry comes to say that this is what we've done. Who was that?
There are levels of checks.
We want, if you are procuring for food or accommodation, there are people paid with public money who have, as I said, long chains of service. Whose duty is this to go and bring them? Who are they? The point I'm beginning to make is that, and this doesn't sound fashionable, but it's the fact it's going to happen. We will see this is what is going to happen. So far, nobody has mentioned in the internal audit unit, nobody has mentioned the procurement unit, nobody has mentioned anybody else. Let's go and get it up. Then you see, well, before you realize it's going to be a negotiated settlement. Another thing, the audit report did not recommend any criminal prosecutions. So far, I don't know.
So what they do is surcharge or something like that. And that one also goes through a process of some level of judicial proceedings.
So what they are saying is that no laws were broken. So far, the audit...
They haven't said no laws were broken.
They've not recommended criminal prosecutions. I think that if the law is broken, you recommend criminal prosecution.
So usually they surcharge.
They surcharge.
Yeah, surcharge means that bring the money.
Bring the money.
Yeah.
So that's an infraction.
That's an infraction, but it's not a criminal thing. I just want to know. There's a lawyer here, right? So there's no criminal. They've not found any criminality so far. Not necessarily. Okay. Here's the thing. Again, and that is the point. People are smart enough in that value chain to be able to do these things without breaking the law. They're able to stretch the law to such an extent, so that to absurd levels, to protect what they are doing when they are not doing. And those are some of the things we should be looking at. Today is one minister. Today is one chief director. Today is one old LOC chairman. you will see this movie being repeated again and again and again whenever there's a change of government. My point is that the same Auditor General must look within. The men and women he seconded to the Minister of Sports, do they deserve their salaries? Have they earned their salaries in this? Did they cover themselves in glory? No. The procurement unit at the ministry, have they covered themselves in glory? No. Have they earned their salaries for this? No. They have not done that. Unless and until we begin to say this, unless we begin to bring people up, we are always going to end up like where we are, blaming the heads, whilst the whole core of the bureaucracy is rotten. Ghana's corruption problem lies in a deeply flawed and sometimes corrupted public sector system that we policymakers and we commentators are unwilling to take on because they are not politicians and they do not attract the necessary headlines like they should do.
Yeah, so the minister cannot go down alone. We need to have others also because that and this argument has been made over the years. Okay. But you also remember, Mr. Uso, that at the time even when the event was ongoing, there were huge issues. For example, when it came to accreditation, the tax, and some of those ones for which even the committees, the subcommittees of the local organizing committee had to come and defend. The concerns initially when the tournament started, even about food, the lack thereof, the quality, the unavailability, again raising concerns, of course not getting traction. And so in real time, there were real issues. And so this should not come as a surprise, is that not it?
I mean, let me first of all thank TV3 for making this particular issue a live issue.
Why is it important?
Because I can count no less than 4 occasions where we have discussed this issue here. And I'm very surprised that my brother Zato seems to be surprised because he himself has been on this table where we have discussed it, where we were pointing to $15 million used for preparing watch. Did you not say it here? That capital that belongs to the DTO's wife. Did you not say it here? You understand? But a man cannot be careful until he is faced with the reality. You see, this morning,
the man cannot be careful
until he's faced with the reality, the corruption reality. Zato is so calm. Alfred is so calm. They are now preaching. I see the body language. I say, Christ in me, the hope of glory. You see how they are calm?
Christ in you, the hope of glory. They are calm.
Yeah, so calm because they know it goes to the core of their party. We are discussing the New Patriotic Party. We are discussing members of their party who have been cited as being involved in corruption. Huge one, Gangan one.
In your view, what should be the substantial point of discussion for this report?
The substantial point has to be how, as a country, we will be preparing to haul all these people before the law courts, retrieve our money, bar them from taking part in active public life, and then we are free. You see, you are faced with blatant thievery. And you are telling us what? We should go and resort to internal auditors. To do what? There is a reason why you are the minister. For Christ's sake, internal auditors, they don't sign checks.
Well, his argument is that the minister is at the apex. He doesn't do the day-to-day.
Who approved the contracts? Was it the internal auditor? For instance, the decision by the GBC not to go to the procurement authority, but rather went there after the games were done, who took that decision? So if you went to the GBC right now, you say I should go and attack a common internal auditor, Professor Lassanin. When the report had suggested or had recommended that he set charge and also subject himself to, what's the name? Section 92 of Procurement Act. By the way, I think that they will also, they are liable to criminal prosecution under that act.
Procurement Act?
Yes, if you were to read, this is the section that they have asked them.
It's in Section 92.
92. If you
of the PPA Act.
Yes. That is where they say
any person who contravenes any provision of this commit an offence.
Yes.
When no penalty has been provided for the offence, the person then is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding 1,000 penalty unit or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 5 years or to both. So people should be imprisoned.
No, so this is what this is what the auditors are recommending, that the state, and remember this audit was commissioned by the president, the office of the president. And here let me give him thumbs up, only except to say that we have other 2 Gangan forensic audit that we have to do to conclude the deal with an MPP.
Which one?
I remember the banking sector. It was a total stealing, thievery.
21 billion.
This business of where they have been come here, Borders report. Have you ever cited the Borders report?
Snipers. I've seen snipers.
You have said it's a cook thing. Yesterday I took the trouble of going to even inside the office. You know where the direction took me to? Traffic light at Jolu. The Borders report that you people have been falling on, their office address leads me to the traffic light at Jolu. So we will come there. The president must go into that report and we will see worse things than this. But you see, we must not discuss this matter without going back to where we have come from. Remember on the 5th of February 2015, we were sitting out somewhere and former then candidate Daniel Akufo-Addo decided to take part in the 50th anniversary commemoration of the death of J.B. Dankwa. Now on that occasion, the president admonished all his party functionaries, those that he will be governing with, that if they were seeking money or they had intention of seeking money, they must see the public service as not the place for accumulation of wealth, and that the private sector was their place that they have to go.
You also said it at the swearing-in ceremony.
Absolutely.
Of the minister. What's your point?
So people had a lot of confidence in this, in the then candidate Akufo-Addo, that given the opportunity, he was going to protect the public purse. What are we discussing here? This is blatant dissipation of state funds. That nobody must try to, as it were, conceal things. Now you go to the food. Let's do a simple mathematics of the food matter that...
Just food alone?
Just the food alone. Today, that
15 million?
That is crazy. And by the way, don't let anybody confuse you on this table that the game was well organized. It was never well organized. In fact, I have here my jaw online on the 10th of March 2024. You can read for the headline for your viewers to hear so that we put it in perspective that it wasn't well organized.
A Ghanaian badminton player. We sat in the bucket of coaches pickup. I think I remember this one. But what's the point with it?
So you have just been told by the auditor.
His comparison is that if you compare it to the latest one, the extravagance is
unfortunately for him, I took part in that All Africa Games. I watched virtually all the games. I attended the games with my family because I love athletics. So when I hear somebody say that it was well organized, I'm like, hey, what are you telling us? Were you there? Nothing semblance of organization.
You don't see new stadiums.
The stadium you have been told, the stadium you have been told that even when there was rescoping, variations, that they were supposed to reduce the cost of it, they rather maintain the figures. Now we need about $1 million to go and correct defects. Look, some of the room, you know about the table tennis, they had to come and play it at the Accra International Conference Center, because the facility was not ready. In fact, some of the equipment arrived after the games were over. So what are we talking about? Now you go to the food alone. This man, and I really like Leslie Addo. Leslie Addo, the badminton team, they were kicked out at the quarterfinal stage. But guess what the woman did? The one that did the what do you call it, budget for the food. He or she had assumed that there will be 4,500 people who will be in camp or will be taking part in the games for 24 days. And then fix the breakfast, no matter the breakfast, whether it was kelewele breakfast, whether it was cocoa breakfast, whether it was anything, she fixed the figure at $16.72. Now, Leslie is telling us that they were kicked out of the competition in the quarterfinal, so they were sent home. Meanwhile, Ghana was still paying for Leslie beyond the quarterfinal. Who does that? You go to land for at least 4,500. It's still 18. Whether or not we went out, a team went out in the quarterfinal or in the preliminary stage, the country was still paying this kind of figures. And that is why when they told us that...
So this is a composite budget. You do budget based on numbers participating, and then you do it to the end of the tournament.
But this is variables. You know, when you are dealing with a budget that has to do with variables, that people could be eliminated, you don't do a fixed budget. Who approved such a budget? For us to go and pay $50 million for food? Meanwhile, I heard the athletes from Ethiopia, Liberia telling us that they were not eating wache, they were not eating ampesi, they were not eating tuozafi. So what sort of food were they cooking there that amounted to this $18 million, $15 million? It was all chop. Nothing short of that. Don't let anybody confuse you. They say irregularities. What is irregularities and auditing? It's fraud, pure fraud. They have stolen from us.
Irregularities are fraudulent activities.
That is what in auditing, when you say irregularities, it includes fraud. So nobody must confuse you.
Omu discount.
No. That is what the creator go say. No. Omu discount. Now you have a country like Ghana, see the way we are struggling. By the way, today, this morning, 300 Ghanaians are going to come from South Africa to this country to be integrated. The reason why most of them left the shores of this country is what has been captured beautifully in our in this forensic audit. When we give money to public servants, when we give money to politicians to manage it and manage it well, then they go and do all sorts of things with it. What was the business of the LOC paying Otuado from the All Africa Games?
The budget?
The budget. Otuado, who is a Black Stars coach, was paid from this budget. For what reason?
And Chris Hutton too.
Chris Hutton. Yeah. For what reason? And we are discussing it, and
it's a Ministry of Sports budget.
Ministry, this is the LOC. Remember, the tournament was to take place in 2023. Have you asked yourself why the tournament took place in 2024? Because Ghana has said that we didn't have money. So you have to go and beg the African Union to extend the time for us to organize ourselves properly. Now, as part of the reason why Ghana decided to host that games, they told the entire country that after the games, the facilities that will be put in place will be turned into a sports university, so that we will have a separate sports university. Go back to Botima and see what the rubbish that they did there. Whether it's something that you can say should cost you $145 million.
You are saying even that one should be looked into?
Hey, it has to.
New stadiums?
Look,
good facilities.
It shouldn't get anywhere closer to $70 million. That rubbish they have done there, you call it a stadium? Totally rubbish.
No, so you can.
Oh, where do you go?
Based on what expertise do you?
Ah, my goodness. I mean, credit some levels of intelligence. That have you been there before? Go there today. Whether if you value it, we can even get $20 million from it. But somebody has taken that money from that. Now, in this audit, what they failed to do was to tell us who that PGS company, you know, GBC awarded a contract of €2 million to a supposed company called PGS. You remember that? I am disappointed that the audit did not go deep to find out who that PGS company is. Non-existing company. At that time, remember on this platform, we queried who were the PGS company. We never saw them because at the end of the day, contrary to the fact that PGS had signed contract with GBC and we were expecting the expertise, GBC rather used their own staffs to carry out all the activities. So whom were you paying? Whom were we paying? You have signed a contract with PGS at €2 million, yet at the end of the day, that contract was done by GBC staff. You understand? And who does that? Then we have people sitting down there and still going about their duty and still say they are public servants. No way, we cannot allow that to happen. So it's a matter that has to address. But I am very happy that they have recommended what has to be done, that we must surcharge Yusuf, we must surcharge Kate, we must surcharge Ofosu.
So that's where the concern is, for example, from Dr. Zato. As a policy person, he says that, well, you cannot say those individuals, the figureheads, the arrowheads, should take full responsibility when they have individuals who took up responsibilities in providing the services.
So we, as a country, we are going for the money from the minister, the director, and the LOC boss, and the GBC boss. What they can also do is that if they feel that the internal auditor chops some, go there and take it, add it, and bring it. What they are saying is that 583 million is in their pocket, and that we must take it. 580 for your information, 400 of it can build a new bank. Last time we were told by Group that at the time their bank was collapsed, they had about 4,500 workers. That one was even the savings alone. What it means is that 400 million out of that could open a bank, and we engage 6,000 of the youth who are in the house, and then the 100 million could open a savings alone, and another 4,500. This is what we are dealing with. So why must we go for any innocent internal auditor who takes instructions? We can't do that. By the way, I have seen the minister say, the former minister, Yusuf say that he will have his day in parliament. This business of the Public Account Committee trivializing things there. They must know that a time is coming that the Ghanaian will be so furious, will be angry at them. It's a matter of time. For him to be so comfortable that, when it comes to the Public Accounts Committee, because we have seen a lot of MPs and former ministers who are also members of parliament, when they go there, because it's colleagues, they trivialize the matter. We are following this matter. How many years have you been following this matter? Since 2024. And your station, I give you the kudos for the good work that you have done. We as a country have a lot of things that we need. It is raining, everywhere is flooding. That we need money to fix our problems. Everywhere children are sleeping on their bellies in schools.
Why do you blame Mustafa Yusuf for this?
Why wouldn't I blame him when he decided to sign a contract for $50 million for water, when he decided to overprice? Look, I just read Leslado's incident to you. How much did we say we rented the vehicles for? Was it not, we signed a contract of 45 million Ghana cedis in all for vehicles, yet the badminton team could not get any of the vehicles to go to the bottom man, but rather sit at the back of a pickup, hence their elimination at the quarterfinal. And you present this budget and we pay.
So only at the beginning?
No, all of it, nothing serious was really happy. Where has the athletes? Where has the athletes? So where did the money pass? So you see, what I'm saying is that we must, as a country, be serious with some of these things. Any least opportunity, when there is a problem, people milk this country out of that. And I believe that is not the right way to go. That when we were in difficulty and for which reason the games were postponed from 2023 to 2024, people took advantage of it. And not what? It was an election year. You see, some of these inflations, you would think it's an isolation. Remember, it's an election year that people need money to go and do all sort of things. And that is why you saw some of these huge figures. Two things that happened under the erstwhile administration. In 2023, remember the national service issue? Huge sums of money. What was happening there? It was internal elections. People needed money to prosecute it. Now we come to 2024, the 13th African Games. It took place
in 2023.
All African Games?
Then it was in April 2024.
No, it took place in 2024, and in 2024, the party then needed money. And some of these things. And when it happens like that, you think we should allow it to go scot-free. We can't do that. We must cause them to pay us our money. That is all that we need. We don't need anything else. But if he says that he's waiting for us at Park, we will watch Park and see whether or not Park will live up to expectation.
Mr. Jimeka, at the end of the day, the concerns that are being expressed, especially by some sections on social media, is that the government of the NDC, you make all the noise, you call people bad names, you soil their reputation, yet you're not able to get convictions when you're prosecuting. And so why all this?
You know that we don't, the president promised that we'll do due process. And I can state on authority that the current Attorney General is the best under the fourth Republican Constitution to have reached the places they have reached currently. The SkyTrain, they have finished their case. The Dubois, they finished their case. Yes, they finished the prosecution side of the case. And that has never happened within 2 years. That prosecution has reached this level before. So he is the only one who has charged so many people, and prosecution is progressing so steadily. Now, we might all be shouting for jail them, but they need to be taken through due process. Before then, you see, one of the things about the report is that the report said that 2.7 billion Ghana cedis was done in single-sourced contracts without justification. 2.7 billion. And he says that the contracts were awarded without any documented justification has been provided. And it also says that PPA itself is noted to have reluctantly accepted the single source contracts. My brother, a couple of weeks ago, the apostles of non-single sole source contracts were on the rooftops with their mics shouting that my good brother, Honorable Kwame Agboja, supervised single source contracts. And a report here is telling us that they supervised 2.7 billion out of 208 billion.
What was the total?
Please, you said when you were talking, I should be quiet. Be quiet. And when we get there, I'll give you the one I have that they said is a sham. Yet we are all enjoying that aspect. Then it also says that there was 20.4 million in suspicious cash withdrawals. I mean, just let's ask ourselves this question. How did they manage to withdraw 20 million Ghana cedis? Physical cash. When I go to bank today to withdraw more than 5,000 off my own account, I'll be subjected to a lot of scrutiny. Yet they were able to withdraw over 20.4 million, and payments were made to third parties that did not follow laid down procedures that we all know. Why? Why do we have to do this to ourselves? Solo made a comment about something which I raised earlier about variable spending. For example, he made the Wache and the Tuosafi one. So it means, therefore, that at a stage, the amount quoted for these things were no longer in existence.
Absolutely.
Now, if you say that you are going to have a bus for 2 Ghana cedis a day, and after 2 days, the athletes you are transporting are no more there, you don't continue paying 2 Ghana cedis. But this particular one, they were paid upfront. So they were paid as if the athletes will all be from day 1 to the final, and it will be total. That is not it. So the idea about, I agree with him about the Public Accounts Committee. I sit down sometime and I ask myself, so far, since we have all been watching, not this year, not the year before, who has been prosecuted from the Public Accounts Committee? It's with all respect to the parliamentarians and with due respect to the Constitution, it looks to me more as parade somebody, talk about their offenses, and they go home. But this particular one, the report did not come out just out of the blue. I believe that His Excellency the President has good intentions when he asked that there should be forensic audit of this. So for us to have lost all this huge amount of money, and you are expecting that there will be no prosecution, I can tell you, Honorable Dominic Ayine, supported by Justice Simpson.
Well, I'm only asking concerns that you,
I mean,
they say you rabble rouse.
No, we don't rabble.
So at the end of the day, you take people through prosecution, their reputation is dented, and then
all over the world, recently when somebody was alleged to have jumped the fence in the wall in White House, they made the prosecutors came out. We have arrested a young man, 40-something years, blah blah blah, who make no further comments. Look, you watch the videos recently when the lawyers of one of the accused persons standing trial said, where we reach, we need prayers. They are about to end the trial. So let's wait. In a couple of weeks, I believe that there will be convictions before this legal year will be ended in July. There will be convictions. And either one way or the other, the cases will end. And with what the Honorable Dominic Ayine and the rest are doing, I don't have any doubt that they are laying solid grounds. But this particular audit report, my worry is that what is it going to do in Parliament? Why are we laying in Parliament and go for all this? I mean, what Solo quoted about 1,000 penalty points, that's 12,000 cedis. That will not do anything to anybody. I can even say, let me go and do this and pay. But they need to be surcharged, and this money is retrieved. And if there are grounds for stealing, they should be. My brother, Dr. Zato, says that there were people in the chain that should be held. Go and look at what Dombolevo said. He said people who assisted him in the crawling were all demoted. And you want somebody else now to put their head on the parapet to be demoted for all this. There have been situations, and this didn't happen this time. It happened in the situation where the guys were demoted, and you want them to be demoted again. That won't happen. That is why we have the situation we have at hand at the moment.
Mr. Thompson, at the end of the day, they say go for the head of the former minister, who is now the member of parliament. And at the end of the day also, it also means that his response will have to be in parliament.
When I hear my brother Solo, and my brother
TK.
and lawyer here, TK. I cringe.
You cringe.
Yeah. I ask myself, seriously, like seriously, you know, with all the shouting and things here that he did, and we should do this and we should do that, I ask myself, isn't it the same Solo who said when you pay electricity bill, that money is going to Dr. Baumia's pocket with Haptel? And it happened that Haptel, Baumia doesn't even know anything about Haptel.
What's your point? We're not discussing electricity. What's your point?
I am saying that.
Let's not discuss tangentials.
No, when someone is bringing tomatoes to the market, apart from buying the tomatoes, I have to see whether the person is a witch or a wizard.
Oh, I hear.
So you're attacking the messenger?
No, I'm checking the messenger to see who the messenger is.
No problem.
Because the messenger himself has consistently told lies about so many things. He sat here and he said that, he's gone to that same stadium with his family to go and enjoy matches. And he says that stadium that they did was a sham. The same person went to enjoy with the family. He's saying that
he may be quoting He may be quoting from the document.
Which document? That you can go there with your family and enjoy games, but the place you went to sit was a sham. Come on, Jesus Christ.
I can't believe what you are
And then you come and say Christ in me, the hope of glory.
I think he doesn't have anything to say. Let's go. Time is of essence. Give it to Zato and then we go.
Then
he doesn't have anything to say. We go.
Then I come to my brother.
Allow him.
I come to my brother, TK. Is it TK?
That's it. You got
Thank
it.
you.
Yes.
In this country, when people are going to play football and they are asking for their bonuses, do they ask for them in check? Haven't we sat in this country that players go and play football and they will tell you that if you haven't given us our money, they won't give you the this and people carry it in cash. Haven't a private plane, send cash from Ghana to go and give to players. And you sit here and you come and tell me that how does someone go and withdraw 20 million in cash because you can't withdraw 5 million? Because they don't think you are credit worth, maybe. A bank will check you because I can sit in my house and tell my bank that I need 10 million.
So if they know
I'm credit worthy, yes. If they know I'm credit worthy, they will bring the 10 million to the house and come even pick the check because they know the type of customer they deal with.
Bank of Ghana allows it.
Yeah. So when they were taking the cash by air, didn't Bank of Ghana see? When you people that time, when they went to buy KK for 40 Ghana cedis, one KK for $40, didn't Bank of Ghana allow?
Just help educate.
When that minister at that time went to sit at a committee and cried in front of the whole Ghana, didn't Bank of Ghana allow? Please. Well, we don't want to go into details. You see, it's like right now they want to do A-Team Akam. That is, you've done some, I'll show that you people too have done the same thing. It's because of all those that $40 KK, someone paid $100 to be shown a junction to go and buy, to go and know where they sell the watch and the KK in someone's country. All those things that they paid for. So they want to think that, listen, I want this report. I want us to scrutinize it. Let the minister come and respond to it at Parliament under oath. And then we'll see the truth in it. And if, and I'm stating, and I side with my brother Zato. Now listen, let me tell you something. Everybody in a chain needs to be sanctioned. Because me, when I'm sitting here, and there's something coming for me to sign, I'll ask whether the auditors have seen it first, and what the auditor's opinion are.
And
if you are in an organization, and you tell me that if auditors are doing their work and they are scrutinizing to make sure that people are not overcharged and overpaid, and they can't do their work, because I have seen that auditor has signed and has approved, and I can rely on the auditor, who is a professional, to sign off, and you tell me that because I'm at the top, so I should be prosecuted, then I look at you and I smile and I say that you don't know corporate governance, what it is about. You don't know. So I'm telling them, they should go back and do their homework. You see, in his reports.
It's not my report.
Why are you always denying the reports?
I'm not the Auditor General.
But you went to produce it for NDC Communication. So, okay.
You mean when he was from his speaking notes? Or
yeah,
from
for the NDC speaking notes. Okay. From the NDC speaking notes. When he was going all about, and he came out, and media, this thing, he talked about the Attorney General being one of the best. When you are doing media prosecution, means that you are one of the best. When you are doing media prosecution, does it mean that you are one of the best? Please, sometimes we should ask ourselves that, are we doing the right thing? This is an Attorney General who tomorrow morning can come and stand here and say that, I can say that Roland has defaulted, some monies were given to him, and Roland is criminal because he hasn't paid the monies back or accounted for it. Then when he finishes, you now send the case to court. When the case is in court, then you go and withdraw it and say that, I've now gone to do some work, so I'm now bringing different charges altogether. This is the same Attorney General. These are the people we are dealing with. So sometimes when you hear people shouting and grumbling and making noise, look at them with a pinch of salt and ask that who is that messenger who is bringing the news. Sometimes the messenger too is very important.
He says they're just blowing hot air. I mean, literally, that's what he's saying.
No, you see,
so how do we conclude on this?
I didn't want to do this equivalency or false equivalency thing because I believe that as a country we need to move forward. You need to do things. But my brother has invited me to do that.
Thank you.
He has invited me to do that. I'm saying that, and you've touched on it.
I'll give it to you.
Today, you are surprised. And you say that people should be castigated for withdrawing how much cash? how much did they?
20 million.
20 million cash. But when they withdrew how much and put it on a plane and flew it to Brazil,
Millions of dollars.
Were you in this country?
No.
Were you in Ghana?
You want me to answer?
Yes.
No, I'm just asking whether you were in Ghana. No, it's okay. Don't answer. It's rhetorical. You were in Ghana. You were in Ghana. Okay. Don't answer. You were in Ghana. It's okay. It's the same sports. It's the same nature of sports. When we saw a whole plane was chartered with this thing and flew there, that one, it was fine. It was prudent management.
We had a whole commission of inquiry.
Thank you. So you see, so when I am talking about how we should look at our public administration, it's not because I don't want us to blame, because we can do that. We can always blame one person, but it doesn't solve the case. How come it is repeated? If it was wrong, then if we did that, what lessons did we learn? What lessons did we learn? That the whole government carried cash, plenty, flew there. When they get there, you had no problem with that.
So you're saying that was why it was done in 2024?
The point
That's not what he said.
That's not what I'm saying, my friend. I'm saying, these things keep happening. Why?
Okay.
Why do they keep happening?
Because they are
If we don't look at the people in the middle and we narrowly focus on this, there's something we call tunnel vision, and we just focus on the top people, we will keep having these things, these maladministrations be repeated. Secondly, there's another thing too. Again, part of the infraction is single source or sole sourcing. We saw what the government in opposition said about sole sourcing. In fact, when these things were happening, when these sole sourcing things came up in 2023, the government castigated it, talked about it, and played that to do it. Now, you are raising sole sourcing, but now you are saying that, oh, when your brother Agboja talk about sole sourcing, it was raised high. You are trying to play down the sole sourcing done by your brother Agboja, but you are trying to highlight the sole sourcing done by your non-brother Yusuf. That's the apogee of hypocrisy. If sole sourcing was wrong under Yusuf, it should also be wrong under Agboja. You don't trivialize sole sourcing under Agboja and highlight or maximize sole sourcing under Yusuf. That's not principle. That's not a principle stand. If Yusuf did 2.7 billion sole sourcing, how much sole sourcing did your brother Agboja do? And when people were calling your brother Agboja to come for this, did you join the chorus? Don't sit here and play on our intelligence. The same reasons, it was when this is, in fact, they're saying that when the frog in front falls into those behind take a lesson. What lessons did your brother Agboja take when he saw that his current brother, former brother, had signed this sole sourcing? He did not learn anything from it. And that is the final thing. You are praising, you are singing the hallelujahs of the Attorney General. It's okay. Every Ghanaian watching today with a conscience, imagine, just imagine that. These figures we are talking about. Imagine this Attorney General is prosecuting these people. And imagine these people are able to drag this issue long enough until after 2028. Imagine there's a new Attorney General. And imagine if that Attorney General says that, you people, you are my friends. You people, you are my party members. You people, you are my political party members. So, Nole Prosequa, go and sit down.
You mean an AG under JM or...
It can be under AGM or it can be any AG.
Or DMB, which one?
Either. After 2029, we don't know who will be the next Attorney General. The question I'm asking is, you see, this is how you greenlight corruption. Remember we sat here, you and I, and we talked about what the Nole Prosecutor has done in them. For me, it's the biggest scam and the biggest corruption in this country. We are just sitting here, we are all scandalized by these figures. And just imagine, and that's what I'm saying. I like what you're saying. Imagine another Attorney General were to come one day and with a pen and paper say that all these monies are gone. When you don't come with clean hands. You don't come with clean hands. Don't sit down here and make it look like you are better than those women, because everything that you've said was perfected and personified by people that are close to you and that is still being done today. If you think that we shouldn't improve our administrative system, our managerial system, and if you think that we should just focus on the top there, it is what has led us here. If removing $2 million from cash is wrong, a lot of us were put in a plane, flew all over, and we became an international disgrace and a mockery. It happened when your people were in power, and that's not good.
Solo, your conclusive remarks.
So, first of all, you realize
he challenges you. You only went to stadium, then you are saying stadium is not good and all that.
I mean,
Just conclusive.
He didn't even understand what he was talking about. But you see, I'll quote one of the relevant provisions in the forensic audit for you to understand what we are dealing with. After I will deal with that matter conclusively.
Please, after
I want you people to cover it. Yeah, don't worry.
Please.
You see, if you were to have your report,
I don't have the number.
and then you were to go to page 129.
The report?
The report. I mean, if you have a soft copy of it, you go to page 129.
Page 129.
Subject: irregular claims, variations, and rescoping. USD 39,210,349. Massive variation leading to 23.8% loss. Boteman Sports Complex. A while ago, I was talking to you.
That translates to how much in US dollars?
That's 39 million. That's $39.2 million, according to the report. Now, a while ago, I was talking to you about how shoddy the work they did at Boteman is, and that it comes nowhere near the value that they placed on it. This is the auditor saying, this is their findings. The EPC, that's the engineering procurement construction contract for the flagship Boteman Sports Complex, valued at $145 million. Remember, the entire project costed the country $145 million. Was awarded to Contractor Construction UK Limited via single source procurement. Here too, it was a single source procurement that Zato wants us to believe is something that we should not talk about. We observed. Okay, you want to invite it, please. I'm not invited. I've taken your name out of it.
Don't take my name. Add my name.
We observed that a single and non-itemized variation order titled May Action Plan resulted in a loss of value of $34 million.
$34 million?
$34 million.
129, the page?
The 129. Please go to 129 for me, if you have the soft copy. And this is so serious. And I would wonder how. So when my brother Alfred was vouching for the minister, I was like, hey, my brother, be careful. It is on record that you have vouched for him. And some of us are going to follow it. Now, that $34 million constitutes 23.8% of the original contract value. The variation order bundled disparate elements, time extension, tax reimbursement, statutory payments, and delayed invoice payment. This resulting variation led to a massive rescoping of the works, leading to reductions and, in some cases, the omission of essential pre-planned facilities. What the auditors are saying here was that simply, you have planned to construct about 30 meters square. Now, based on the existence of the time, you reduce it to 15 meters square. Would you still pay for the same amount? Because you have reduced the scope. Yet, having reduced the area, they still charge the country the same amount of money.
Cape Coast Stadium as well.
That happened to the Cape Coast Stadium as well. That's even dangerous. During Wood's time, we must charge all of them. I don't have a problem. And so, this they are saying was deliberate, was fraud, was thievery, and that send the money back. It is amount to, it's part of the 583 million that the auditors are recommending, that the former Minister of Youth and Sports is surcharged, that the LOC boss is surcharged, that the director of the ministry is surcharged, so that the country receives this money. I don't see why these two gentlemen will have a problem when you are indeed taxpayers and you are being told that this is how your tax revenue was used. As a matter of fact, you must be with the auditors and then be fighting that these monies are paid. Contrary, because of politics, cheap politics, because of the fact that they know that this goes to the core of the MPP's survivor, whether or not they will get 18% in the election 2028. So they are fighting nail and two to let them discredit this report. And who's going to discredit? Nobody is going to do that.
Quickly touch base on, we got a message from MTN 0.5 and all of us. But let me just, what's your own view on that subject?
No, the
0.75.
No, the governor has issued a statement that is supposed to be suspended. You see, when you put money in your mobile money wallet, the banks hold it, and the banks are supposed, the telcos hold it and they hold it in the banks, and the banks are supposed to pay interest. The banks have gone to negotiate the interest from 7% to 3%. And now there's stress on the banks paying those interests. So they want to pass it back onto the consumer for the consumer to pay. But you see, we have moved from a situation where we have reset to say, you can't tax my own money that I have made for no reason. For just transferring between my own account, you tax it. So this is a tax that the telcos want to bring. But invariably, that will be on the image of the government. And upon consultation, which is still ongoing, that has been suspended. I believe it will be suspended.
Well, the minority says that government indirectly trying to sneak in, testing the waters.
No. But
seeing the waves.
That money, I mean,
and then testing the temperature of the heat. And they saw that they got bent.
Let's be a bit serious here. That month, the 0.75% doesn't come to. It doesn't come to Dr. Zato. Allow me, let me. That 0.75% doesn't come to the government. It goes to the telcos. Unlike
it goes to a service provider.
The service provider, yes, the fintech, they take their money. It doesn't come to the government. Why on earth would government be? Assuming it is the government that is interested in that money, government would have found a better way of doing it. They wouldn't have woken up one day and you see text message. Let's be honest here, my brothers. The e-levy, the value you got from the e-levy was not commensurate with the defeat you suffered as a result of the introduction of the e-levy. So you should not be the one talking about e-levy, and nobody here will be, who thinks very well and thinks about the future of Ghana will be thinking about bringing e-levy and suffer the sort of defeat you had as a result of e-levy. When even your own people were saying don't bring e-levy, you are celebrating that we'll bring it today and tomorrow. That is not the type of government NDC is running. Under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and being championed by Ato Forson, we are saying we are resetting. We'll get money elsewhere. We'll tie the rope, we'll plug the holes, and we'll get money. This 0.75 is never a government policy.
You said the Bank of Ghana has...
I'm glad my brother is saying that they know how to get money elsewhere.
You said the Bank of Ghana has settled the matter.
To the petroleum levy, the Dumsor levy, D-levy that is going on now, it's criminal. The amount of money they are raking out of the D-levy is worse than the E-levy. And you sit here and you talk about that, and you are glad and you are happy, and you tell me that, oh, you know how to rake money from different quarters. When we told Ghanaians that we are not going to bring taxes, and you've brought various taxes, you've increased various taxes across the globe, and you come and tell me that, oh, you know how to rake money, because Ghanaians are quiet. Look at what is happening at the port today. When you've brought a machinery that is squeezing and taking importers' monies out of them.
Are you still talking about the 0.75?
Yes, it's all part of it.
Okay.
It's all part of it.
Because you've gone to the ports.
Yes, it's all part of it.
I'm showing you mobile money transactions.
I'm showing you the modus operandi of this particular government. They come and tell you one thing. It's a settings government. It's a sham government. A sham NDC government. All they do is that they tell you one thing and do another. You think that the telcos can just get up and go and put...
The Bank of Ghana says
that mobile money that is going on.
It's a service provider that introduced this.
I'm coming. Do you know who gave them the authorization?
I don't understand.
The MTN mobile money that is going on and all other mobile monies, do you know who gave them the authorization to do that? You don't.
It's only MTN that is one.
It's not only MTN. All the mobile monies that are going on in the country, you have to get authorization from BOG because it's a fund management. Fund management is run by BOG. So when they are going to do any fees and charges, they have to seek their approval. Seeking of the approval, they went there before they brought this 0.75. They didn't know the backlash would come so quick. So when the backlash came...
Who told you they went there?
Oh, but you think they'll get up and just go and tell you, telcos will just say that I'm charging anything arbitrary without Bank of Ghana approval? You think they'll just do that? They cannot. You need to seek approval for certain things you do, especially when it comes to money and fund management. So when you go and charge, and they just got the backlash, then Bank of Ghana quickly came in that they've withdrawn. They should withdraw till further notice. Why don't you say that they should cancel it?
How did you draw this conclusion?
Why would they use the word till further notice? Why not cancel it? There are two different things though. When I say, listen, this is unacceptable, this is not approved, and I am canceling it. And another thing saying that, oh, withdraw till further negotiations or further this thing.
MTN is providing a service and says that I'm putting X
MTN
on
did
it.
not just get up and say that, listen, I'm charging. MTN needs to get approval.
You mean, let's say, Standard Chartered, Stanbic, etc., cannot just impose a service fee on a customer?
No. You can't just get up and say that today I feel that I'm Standard Chartered, so special banking fee, 10 Ghana cedis, then you charge. You can't just do that.
But it's a competitive industry. So
it's a competitive industry, but you have certain fees you have to seek approval before you charge.
So
you can't just get up.
The approval.
Oh. Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking.
Okay, so let me give him.
I've already asked the question. How did
me give him the answer.
How do you get yes? You have a copy.
When you go
and go and put charges there, and the person tells you that cancel it, it means that the person hasn't given you approval already. When the person tells you that withdraw it and maybe you can introduce it later, or suspend it for now and consult. It means that the person knew about, the owner or the regulator knew about what you were doing. That is where he's saying that consult further.
How did you come to those conclusions? Just by reading the BOG statements?
Oh, but this is English, and you have to understand English. Withdrawal and consult are two different English languages that are used. When you say stop it, don't do it again, you are giving affirmative action that this has not been approved by us, this has not been sanctioned by us, you cannot do it. But when you tell someone that withdraw it, consult later, or do further consultations, it means that there are some consultations that have gone on, but do further before you bring it out. Then it means that you know about this before it was brought out. This government knows about what went on. They know every details about this 0.75% charges.
Are you conjecturing?
I'm telling you that they are pretending. That is the settings and modus operandi of my brother TK and his people. All they know how to do is a sham. That is, they will come and say, shh, shh, shh. It's like a rat which is biting you. When they are biting, you know, they blow a little air on you, so you don't feel the bite. That is what they are doing to Ghanaians. They are squeezing Ghanaians. They are squeezing Ghanaians, and they are telling Ghanaians that, oh, no, we don't know anything about it, so we've withdrawn it. It's not been withdrawn.
Do you think that following the experiences of e-levy and its introduction, the backlash, perhaps Mr. Thompson is drawing some lessons from that to arrive at that conclusion that perhaps there's something in the soup? Because he hasn't been precise, but he said that there's something in the soup.
I think of late, the Bank of Ghana has not covered itself in glory. It has exposed itself to unnecessary and sometimes necessary public criticism as being under the tomb and control of the political party and the government. And that its regulatory independence have been questioned. And that, for me, is the biggest challenge here. That's what we should be worried about. That increasingly and gradually, the regulatory independence and the policy independence of the BOG is coming under serious scrutiny and serious question. You asked a very important question. You mentioned a bank. If today Barclays says that I'm charging this fee or for my service, I can understand if the Bank of Ghana says Barclays suspended. This is a private business conducting their own business and saying that the cost of our business of production has risen this high. Of what business is the Bank of Ghana, the government, telling the private company how to manage their business? If you say, I didn't know, but you didn't give them, why? Is there a law that says that a private business trying to recover costs or manage this well, if costs are rising, should come to you for approval? Is there a law that says that? That a private business cannot do that? And that's the point I'm making. I was thinking that probably the NCA or even the Minister of Communications should have been the regulators of this because it falls under them. But the Bank of Ghana now says that, come to me if you have this.
This is fintech, finance.
Good, then good. If
transactions.
Thank you, then let's go back there.
Not telecom.
Remember in the statement.
Even though partly, yes.
Fine, let's limit it to fintech. The Bank of Ghana in the statement they didn't know about this. They didn't say that. In that statement, the Bank of Ghana did not give us enough information to work with. So that is why I can understand when Alfred is saying that the Bank of Ghana cannot absorb itself down. The bank did not tell us that this came on our blind spot. The Bank of Ghana could say that. It could say that, look, we didn't know about this. We only read about these charges in the press like all of you. And like all of you, we are surprised we don't know about it. So we are calling for its withdrawal for concern. The bank did not say that. Yeah. If the law, the fintech law, says that you cannot charge these prices without getting approval, the MTN break the law. Yes. If there is a law that says MTN don't do that, did they break the law? And if they broke the law, what law did they break? Why is the bank not telling us? And why is the bank not referring them to the Attorney General for prosecution?
All right.
No, I'm making a point. Did they break the law? Because that's what I'm saying, that the information the Bank of Ghana has given us is woefully insufficient and then raises further questions. If they are supposed to get your approval first before going to charge these prices, but then they ignored your approval, they didn't get your approval, they went ahead and charged it, they have broken the law, if that is what the law says. If that is the case, you don't tell us. What are the consequences for somebody breaking the law? What are the consequences?
That is if any law has been broken.
Thank you. If no law has been broken, then of what business have you to tell them not to do that? Secondly, are you also saying that...
Because they are first customers and as
that's the point.
regulator...
Per your regulatory practices, is there a rule that says that before doing this, tell us? Does the MTN have the freedom, the policy freedom, the financial freedom to set such prices? Do they? If they do, of what business are you telling them what to do? Because simply, it's a competitive market. If these prices are too high, I will move to Vodafone or Telecel. If they are too low, I will stay there. Of what business have you? That's my point. And that is the crux of this. You see, why people are saying that the Bank of Ghana has become too political and partisan is because they have decided to be so sensitive to social media reactions. And that is the point. Because if they had enough grounding, you don't tell them not to do that. Unless they have broken any law or unless they have done anything against your rules and regulations, you have absolutely no business telling a private business how to do their business.
Okay. But look, so I take this one from Barnabas Nilai. He's worked in the sector, telecom chamber, etc. Yes. And this is what he says. He says, MTN is not introducing a new charge. This is a GIPS interoperability platform, which has been charging these fees all along, subject to its existing cap structure. What many people do not seem to understand is that there are currently 2 routes available for some wallet-to-bank transactions. One, the GIPS one, an MTN route, which many customers have been enjoying at no cost. What MTN is saying is quite simple. From June 1, they will align pricing on that previously free routes and introduce a charge. The proposed charge on the MTN routes, it's actually lower than what you ordinary customers will pay, because if you transfer currently, you will pay the existing 7.5.
But I mean,
and MTN is now capping it if you are using their platform at 5.
Absolutely. I mean, I pay. You see?
Because existing, we are paying 7.5.
Yes. Anytime I transfer money from a bank account to a mobile wallet, I pay. It's
or even Momo to this
Momo to, likewise. So when I saw it, I was like, but there's not a new thing. Yes. So I'm very happy that, what's the name, Leslie?
Barnabas Nilai.
Nilai, thanks for the clarification. And there is a law, actually. What the Bank of Ghana has done is actually grounded in law. If you look at the Payment Systems and Service Act, Section 3. 1. The Bank of Ghana shall have overall supervisory and regulatory authority in all matters related to payment, clearing, and settlement systems.
So MTN broke the law?
Yeah, so I mean, it happens in the bank.
No, I'm asking, so they broke the law?
I mean, on the face of this law, they are broken. That is why they have called them.
So if they broke the law, there should be consequences.
No, that is, so the point is that in the banks, when the banks make mistakes, he has worked in the bank before, sometimes they fine them. Yeah. It's not everything that they say you are taking to caution. Yes, you understand.
With fining of this particular one, what you have to do is to stop them.
Yes.
But right now, what they are doing is that halt.
But if you were to just oppose it with explanation provided by the industry expert, clearly MTN is also saying that you are already. Are you in the fintech business?
But don't you know bank, they do that.
Okay, expert Alfred.
What are you talking about?
You didn't quote this. Somebody brought it this. I'm only referring
it's
to
there and it's been, didn't I show you certain things? I can read it out to you.
Oh, yes, you read it. So from expert. So we all speak the same language. From expert Alfred and
I'm the only non-expert.
Yes. So I believe that what the Bank of Ghana has done is grounded in law. MTN has to go back, sit down with them, and then I mean it's their product. It's their business. The reason why, as I use Airtel, they have not sent me this message. If they are also going to send it, and remember, you were referring to as telcos. It's only MTN that is doing it because it's not a government policy. That is why an individual entity is the one pursuing this route. And in any case, we are already paying it. So we have to. But you see, if you go into the route of this one is a scam, this one is a sham, that is where I have a difficulty. Because you see, the only scam government that I have ever seen in my life has to do with the Akufo-Addo Bawumia. when they introduced e-levy in 2022, and they themselves were promising Ghanaians that they will remove e-levy.
Gentlemen, cool down. So when they come here, they must all refer to this camp. Alan Chamante, cool down. DMB, cool down.
Why is it that
Alan Chamante, cool down. DMB. Big issue is sponsored by the University of Gold Coast. Big issue is sponsored. Big issue is sponsored by the University of Gold Coast. And then also, let me.
Sitting next to the president.
I'll do that. Let me wish one of our loyal viewers, Nathaniel Juby, aka Natty Boy.
Natty Boy.
Or Naughty Boy.
Natty Boy.
Natty Boy. Natty Boy. Okay. Natty Boy. I think that's Patwa. Patwa Nikki. Or Nike name. Nathaniel Juby. Happy birthday to you, aka Natty Boy. Wagwan. Wishing you all the best for the day. It's coming from lawyer TK Jimegan, who also doubles as an engineer. So that's it. And all those who are celebrating their birthdays, we're grateful. All of you watching us as well. Let me just take a couple of messages. This one is coming from clinical psychologist Notidua, and he says that the typical chorus of defense and rationalization is sickening, irrespective of party in power. We were told before we're not going to IMF, and that is not a scam. Here we are again. There will be no haircuts. It happened. Okay, and then okay, I've seen it. Now we have other messages also coming through. Moses, I see your message, and Edu Jitamaklo says that.
See you. Good morning.
He says that he's watching all of you. Your submissions, especially for Zato and Alfred, are all laced with political nuances, conjecturing here and there. We are watching them. Good morning to you, Adiji Tamaklo as well. Prince Nani Ayok says, can the government engage private lawyers to help fast-track oral cases? To me, we keep talking about corruption, but we only brush it aside, and new cases keep popping up. Let's deal with them properly. Ebo Backman says, the bottom line is that we have been robbed, and our priority should be recovering our money. The constant comparisons are unnecessary and only serve to distract the real issue. Ebo Backman, monitoring. BT Sly also sends a message, and we have more comments coming through as well. All of you. Gaiji Cantonment says it's the 10th anniversary of his marriage with his wife, Mrs. Vera Santieje.
Gaiji, congratulations.
Gaiji, Cantonment Accra.
Congratulations. Congrats.
Okay, I think Gaiji. Dinah Pang is also watching us from Tamale. Thank you, Dinah, for watching us as always. And please tell Dr. Zato to be calming down. Calming down. This from JDS. Calming down. Calming down. All right, big issue is sponsored by the University of Gold Coast. Whether you're aiming for a specialist, MBA marketing, communication, you want that specialist business analytical degree, entrepreneurship, finance, HR, etc., or a combo specialized MBA, they have it all for you. If you're a worker, all right, you want to school and work at the same time, they are curricula and then the timetables for classes have been structured in such a way it makes it flexible. You can even pay your fees in installments. So this is what you need to do with the University of Gold Coast. Go quickly to their sites, their socials, and apply. And it's ongoing. Call the numbers very quickly as you can. Call the numbers very quickly as you can. 026 388 8555. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Mr. Thompson, TK, thank you as well. Jabuntie, Doc, thank you as well. GTEC approved. Barakade Salah to all of you. Eid Mubarak. We're grateful that you joined us. We will be going to Kumasi, and Ibrahim Abubakar live there, giving us the latest as to how the Eid celebrations are ongoing. We're grateful for your time. We're taking a break. When we come, we'll have more for you.
Thank you.
rest of the day?
Okay, so I'm currently at Asia Park. This is where Muslims within the Asia Zongo and other adjoining Zongo communities just perform their congregational Eid prayers. Like you rightly mentioned, in fact, this is a happy day for Muslim families. In fact, you see, this celebration, we do know that every other is sacrifice or festival of sacrifice.
Right.
But then the celebration goes beyond the slaughtering of just animals. In fact, it is a day deeply rooted in faith, sacrifice, charity, unity, and compassion. So you come to Kumasi and across the communities or Muslim-dominated communities, and people have to first observe the special congregational prayers before they return to their various homes to celebrate with relatives, neighbors, and friends. And in many homes, as the celebration says.
Oh, Ibrahim, have I lost you?
Festival of sacrifice. So, no, I'm on.
Okay, let's go on.
So, like I said, as the celebration says, festival of sacrifice. So, in many homes, we realize that sheep, goats, and cattle are sacrificed with the meat shared among family members. Mind you, if you sacrifice an animal, you are not entitled to the entire meat. So, you have to divide it into three. You, the one who slaughtered the animal, will take 1/3, then the 2/3 will be shared among relatives, neighbors, regardless of their religious faith, so that no one will be left out of the celebration. It's not everyone who has the financial muscle to be able to slaughter an animal, but because of how the Eid has been structured, like I said, you have to send meat across all houses for families that have not been able to sacrifice, so that whenever someone is passing by, the aroma will be felt and no one will be seen left out of the celebration. So community leaders are so advocating for it, and they are saying that the act symbolizes not just sacrifice, but the importance of caring for others. So this year, the prices cooking has not been easy. In fact, yesterday I entered a cattle ranch, and the prices I was given, it ranges from 30,000 to about 90,000 per cattle.
Ibrahim! 90,000!
I tell you, 900 million Ghana cedis, old Ghana cedis for one cattle, just a cattle.
For one cow?
Exactly. One cow.
Wow.
And the sheep who are not coming in at Eid, 5,600, 8,000, and even up to 12,000 Ghana cedis for a sheep.
So how are you guys coping? How is the Muslim community coping with these exorbitant prices?
Well, I would say because we have added to part of our annual faith, so most of us are able to plan ahead of the day. In fact, some are able to buy 3 months, 4 months ago, but even on that day, people are still able to cough up that amount of money and buy it. Sometimes you have a group of 4 or 5 putting together money to be able to slaughter the animal. But then we also have more to do people in society, and also even the Arab community sending in money for the animals to be bought and slaughtered and shared among people. As I speak to you, there is a colleague who is slaughtering about 100 cattle, just so he will be able to distribute it among those who were not able to do it. So it's kind of wonder, but when the day gets or when the day arrives, people get the money to be able to observe these celebrations.
As always, Ghanaians are magicians. Ibrahim, thank you. Ibrahim, thank you. We are running out of time, but definitely when it's time for News Central, we will come back to you again. Keep an eye on the ground for us. We'll come back to you at 12 noon. Let's also cross over to Medina, where my colleague Noura Mohammed is also on standby. Noura, can you hear me? Hello, Noura. Okay. Well, whilst we wait to connect with Nura, Imam Ismail, as I call him all the time, Mohammed Tisua, is in the studio for a brief conversation. Imam, you're very welcome. Back in studio again for another celebration.
Yeah.
I remember the last time we had the conversation, it was the little one, Eid al-Fitr, which was the small one.
Yeah.
But this one is the big one.
Right.
Why do we define it as the big one?
So, first of all thanks be to Allah, the Almighty. I also ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his household, his companions, and all those who follow their footsteps till the end of time. I would say a very big thank you to you for having me once again. And then we wish all the Muslims in Ghana happy Eid, we say Barkada Sallah, and to everyone across the globe. Yeah, so the difference between the small one and this one is the fact that Eid al-Fitr marks the climax of Ramadan, whereas this one commemorates the celebration or the sacrifice of Prophet Abraham. Yes, even though here we Muslims and Christians or the Jews differ in opinions as to the one who was being sacrificed, either Isaac or Ishmael. Islam, we believe that the one or the son that Prophet Abraham was about to sacrifice was Ishmael. And then in biblical quotations, it referred to as Isaac. But that isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is the fact that obedience to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yes.
And that was the question I wanted to ask you. You know, this celebration is often characterized by, of course, slaughtering of animals, nice clothes, celebrations here and there, distributing the meat also amongst friends and family. But spiritually, what is the true significance of today beyond the slaughtering, the prayers, and all of that?
Yeah, so the most significant thing of this Eid is the fact that obeying Allah Almighty. In other words, obedience to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. When Allah instructed or ordered Prophet Abraham to slaughter his son, who was beloved to him, he was ready to do so, despite the fact that he loves the son. So that's the most important thing here. Like the brother mentioned, someone using 80,000, 50,000 to purchase a cow, he could have used it for something important. But the fact that he is obeying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and Allah mentioned in the glorious Quran that he doesn't need the meat nor the blood of the animals. He needs the piety that you use in buying the animal. So that's the first thing. Sincere heart. You being sincere to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
One of the questions I want to ask is about unity. And it's one of the characteristics we see when it's time for celebrations like this. Muslims, especially the world over, are still able to stay together. Just like Ibrahim mentioned, the cattle is getting very expensive, one as high as 90,000. And people are coming together, put the money together so they will be able to purchase and share amongst themselves. How is the Muslim community able, now with modernity, civilization, social media and everything, how are you able to keep the unity together? Please brood on it. Let me go to Medina. When I return, you can answer that question. Nura Muhammad is in Medina. My sister, Yaya Day. And I love, yes, I'm well. I love the question you asked with your report. Is this the big one?
Yes, this is the big one.
Okay.
So you can have all your Muslim friends and loved ones for your tail to meet.
What's going on in Medina? Specifically, where are you in Medina?
So I'm at the AstroTurf Park. It's commonly known as the Rug Park. And here, there's so many people here. You know, this is not the small one. This is the big one.
Right.
And so we seldom have any issues with moon cycling and praying on different days. And so a lot of people are here. Almost everyone has prayed today. And you see people in their finest outfits, looking resplendent and beautiful. And, you know, there's such excitement here.
Nura, so explain to me, some of us want to understand, where the people are grouped right now, what happened over there? Is it the place where the prayers took place, or this is where the sharing of the meat is taking place?
So this is the prayer ground. The congregational prayers just about some 20 minutes ago was had here. So right after here, we saw that right after the prayers, a lot of the men rushed back home, you know, some going to the abattoir just to, you know, begin the slaughtering of the livestock. And within 3 days, actually, one thing people don't know is that it's done in 3 days. So we have 3 days for Eid al-Adha. You can either slaughter on the first, the second, or the third day. So if you have a Muslim friend who is not slaughtering today, maybe perhaps they're slaughtering tomorrow or the day after.
Nura, don't use this as an excuse. Slaughter yours today, so that we here at Media General can receive it today. We don't want any. We don't want any long stories.
The new thing you have a special package coming from me.
We'll be waiting. We'll be waiting for it. But normally, on a day like this, after the prayers, we go home, we slaughter, we start sharing. What else happens for the rest of the day?
Okay, so usually a lot of Muslim families come together. You know, they pray for each other. They take themselves out to restaurants, to the beach, you know, just to have some fun. But with this particular one, you know, usually the first 3 days, people are more, you know, engrossed in the meat aspect of it. They are cooking, they are, you know, spicing up the meat to share to the loved ones. So there's a lot of merrymaking, prayers, you know, as well, yeah.
Okay. Nura, thank you very much for your time. We'll be waiting for the promise that you just made on national TV. The newsroom is waiting. Newday is also waiting. You look very beautiful in your outfit. But before you go, Ibrahim Abubakar in Kumasi was complaining of the prices of cattle. He just revealed to us this morning that it's now between 30 and 90,000 Ghana cedis. Have you picked up any indication on pricing in Medina and some environs in Accra?
Yes. So yesterday, actually, I was at Kanda and Nima, and I asked the livestock traders what the prices were, and they disclosed that they had some cows and some camels ranging between 30,000 to 50,000.
Wow.
Yes. And my colleague Christian Yali went to Pilatus some time back, and he made some inquiries, and it revealed that some cows were selling as high as 70,000 cedis. I think this particular year, the prices are a bit on the higher side as compared to previous years. I do not know what may have influenced the spike in prices, but that is the case this year. So
okay. All right. Thank God Imam is in studio to help us with what's going on, even though he's not an economist, but he can explain to us. But Nura, enjoy your day. Stay safe. We'll be waiting for the meet. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So that was Nura Mohammed all the way in Medina, bringing us a reportage as to what's happening in that vicinity. Back in studio again to Imam Tusuwa. So I asked a question about unity.
Right.
So it's the same in Accra as well.
Right.
Prices have really gone up. I don't think I've heard a price of cattle as high as 90,000 before. How do we keep the unity still going on, still adhering to what the Quran says in these economic hardship moments?
All right. Let me first of all talk about the pricing. Okay. And I think that is something we need to look upon as a nation, because people are using the Eid to punish people, other people. And this is not right. I see to it that even during Christmas, a lot of commodities, the prices are going down. But why is it that during Eid, the prices of animals and other stuffs keep on going higher? I don't understand. And even though we should make profit, but not to an extreme. So I think there's the need for our leaders to come in and then tackle this issue. And then when we talk about the unity, that's one of the core values of this celebration. It brings people together. It's even recommended that after the Eid ground, you need to go and then visit family members. You share the meat to the poor, the needy. That will keep strengthen the unity. Okay. Right.
One important question that many people were asking before we even came to sit here in studio is that Islam is noted or is known worldwide for peace. Everywhere Islam is mentioned, of course, peace is by its side. Now, in this day and age of conflicts and wars all over, what do you wish non-Muslims knew about Islam that we do not know yet?
All right. So, like you mentioned earlier, the linguistical meaning of Islam is peace.
Right.
And even though there's something that we need to tackle, especially non-Muslims, we don't have to be judging Islam based on Muslims.
Okay.
All right? A Muslim is not perfect. No one is perfect. But then if you want to understand the principles of Islam, you have to read about it, and then you have to understand it. A Muslim can be a killer. That's not the principles of Islam. Islam didn't teach him to be killing people. A Muslim can be an armed robber. That's not the principles of Islam. All right? Islam is very peaceful, even to an extent that our beloved Prophet Muhammad SAW used to relate with Christians. One time, a Jewish boy came to the mosque and then was staying in the mosque. While Muslims were praying, he wasn't praying. This indicates that we are not enemies. And then that's one of the core values of this celebration as well. It strengthens or promotes religious coexistence between Muslims and Christians. And then subsequently, the meat, when we made the sacrifice, it has to be shared to even non-Muslims. Right? And in the Quran, I think chapter 5, verse 5, Allah clearly stated that the food prepared by Jews and Christians are permissible for we, the Muslims, to consume. And then ours is also lawful for them to consume. Right?
That's good education this morning.
Right.
Thank you so much for this education. I didn't know that was in the Quran.
It's in the Quran.
That it's permissible for us to eat yours, and you can also consume that of Christians.
Right.
Imam Ismail Muhammad Suwa is again with us this morning, bringing us all the good tidings of Eid al-Adha. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the celebrations, and I know we'll see you again very, very soon. We take a break now. When we come back, I'm not sure if there's meat in studio to be shared amongst all of you, but yes, we'll be right back. It's still TV3 Newday.
Welcome to Max Buy. You're welcome to Max Buy, Ghana's #1 electronic retail store with brands like Techno, Itel, Infinix.
this year. And then
he's now the official EV ambassador to Ghana.
And then this one is very special.
Hey, lawyer.
Akable Esquire. Uncle Joe, Friday there, I need to get my gift ready. Yes, sir.
Why?
But anyway,
it's Friday. Okay.
He'll be in on Friday.
He'll be
so I need to get my gift ready. Akable, happy birthday. Well, let's move on.
But Joseph is cute.
Yes, Giovanni.
Hey, official EV ambassador for the Republic of Ghana.
The biggest problem of Media General. Learn how to dance. That's the most.
Are you sure this one is not AI?
AI. She said AI. No,
because he's been tricking us.
This is AI. Or the
Hey, Christabel.
Oh, it's Christabel's birthday as well.
Christabel success Trevor.
Yes,
hey,
Trevor.
Christabel's Trevor. Hey, Christabel. Christabel success.
I understand. What can I say?
Christabel success Trevor. Wishing you joy and laughter on your special day from all of us right here. And Christabel,
really?
we love you. Hey.
Wow.
Carl Ado, head of corporate communications.
Everybody at Media General is celebrating their
But why is he serious?
Wow.
Osahin Alexander Kwamena Afenyo Markin.
Yeah.
Member of Parliament for Efutu constituency, the minority leader of the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana.
Leader, happy birthday.
Fantastic,
yes,
man.
Leader,
wishing you all the
birthday.
best.
Mascot, Dalali Asari.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Yeah.
Let's move on. Hey, where are the Arsenal?
Arsalan Ahmed Boache from your parents. That's Mo and Ibrahim Mo, but everybody else. And then
Daryl Bwamadati, happy birthday to you, cutie. Your eyes are beautiful. Charles Baidu, happy birthday. Oh, Charles here. Oh wow, Charles, happy birthday to you.
Charlie, be like more AI things.
AI photo, because
no, properly shot.
Wait, Charles, that's my boyfriend. Hold on, wait. This picture, is it AI and I? Hey,
please mention the name so that he can put it on his status.
Okay,
happy birthday to you, Charles Baidu of Media General, from all of us right here at the Media General.
Wow,
I love the photo shoots though. This one, no, this one is not AI.
No,
this is real.
It's photo selfie.
Raymond Domabali of National Security Office of the President, and it's coming from Simon's right here at Media General. And then also ADO David Abekuboni, Ghana National Fire Service, Central Region Command, detailers, wishing you all the best. I love that.
Akwele and Albert Oko Tete, happy 60th. Dalasi Afia Atupe. Dalasi Afia, who say Afia?
Okay.
Hello, Mayasibewa.
Go back. Charlie, go back. Let's wish her well.
Move on. Dalasi Afia Atuple. Yeah, or it's Afia, whichever way, it's fine. Let's move on quickly. Philip, it's from your wife and the kids. Happy birthday, Filippo. All right, let's go. Mrs. Felicia Abam of Teshin, happy birthday. This is your wife? This is yours. Oh, okay. All right. Mrs. Felicia Abam, happy birthday to you. Samuel Kofi Paite, Class Media Group, happy birthday. Simon is from Erica. Tracy, we're praying for God's blessings for you. All right. Joyce Amua, happy birthday. Stephanie, hey, your lips are It's from Brother Benjamin to you, Stephanie. All right. Frederick Kwating Frimpong, happy birthday to you, sir. It's from Toto and the family. Okay. Inshira, this one is coming from your parents. Enjoy. Okay. Mr. Adum M. Seme, CEO of Martin's Memorial Hospital. Mr. Adum, happy birthday. Richard Tete of Ghana National Fire Service, God protect you. It's from your uncle Amando. Nicolina Ayaba Entre, happy birthday to you. Madame Emilia Amening, happy birthday. Olivia Mensah, your blue dress is cute. All right. Sylvester Yemi Odame, God bless you so much. Moving on to celebrate. Hey, Beatrice Edu Ubekume, this name.
All right, it's also the birthday of the Chief Executive for the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, lawyer Simon Maji. Happy birthday to you.
Why did you barge in so rudely? It's so unlike you. Okay, finish the honorable ministers.
The Member of Parliament for Gushegu, Al Hassan Tampoli Esquire. Happy birthday to you as well.
Okay. And this final one is for Atesasta Opoku. Belated happy birthdays from all your loved ones. For those of you who promised that salam meat and have asked us to wait a little bit here in the studio and in the control room, we are waiting. Don't give us any excuse that you can sacrifice on day 1, day 2, or day 3. Today is the day 1. Echa Nejo. Hi. Ayeye.
And full.
Thank you for sticking and staying. Thank you always for choosing us. Tomorrow at 6 a.m. we will be back right here on TV3 Newday. Allah bless all of you. Enjoy your Eid.